are live. Great day, great day. We are here to welcome you to the Black Comic Awards Year in Review for 2022. We're here to talk
Oh,
comics, shows, movies, and our fandom that impacted us in this year. The good, the bad, and the utterly unnecessary. I am Tamiko, your friendly neighborhood Black Comic Lord, aka Pimp Hand Enthusiast, and aka Blockiana, because I will block you if you jump back. All right, all right. And here with us, we have Rich, aka King Richard the Panther Hearted, aka the Dollar Bill Queen. On
yes.
the other side here, we have Paul, aka our CEO, aka the original Don Dada, aka the High Priest of the Cult of Bast.
All praise
And
to the
to
great
round
Bast.
out, and to round out our table here, we have Derek, aka Dr. Wizard, aka Imperious Flex, for the things he likes to show us.
There we go. Hey, that's
Pause,
good.
pause,
That's
pause,
good.
pause.
That's good.
Pause.
In his
When,
comic
when did
flex.
he go from? Look, I've been calling him Master Flex. That is Imperious
Period.
Flex
Flex.
is
I like that.
1,000 times better. I
It's
love
just
that.
That's a
higher.
good one. That's gonna stick.
It's
That's
Imperious
higher
gonna
than
stick.
just
Flex.
Funk Master. And we have a Funk Master Flex. So we got to give
My
the man
God.
his own name.
I can't stop thinking about that now. That is
I
perfect.
can
Yeah.
work with that one. Thank you, Tamiko. I appreciate that.
I'm making Derek a shirt.
That's funny. Imperious Rex. What's good, y'all? What's good? What's good? We want to say hello to everybody in the chat. Thanks you guys for hanging out with us. Please like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube, all our platforms, but particularly to our YouTube. We are going at warp speed trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. So please help us out. Hit the like button. If you're in here, go on, hit the like button. Tonight we're just gonna talk comics and we're gonna give away a lot of books. We have a few surprises, and so we just want you guys to kind of hang out with us, and we're gonna do our thing. So without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get into it. We're gonna start way back in January, and we're gonna talk about movies and shows and that kind of thing. So in the month of January, this is what we were able to see. We had Star Wars Book of Boba Fett, or as I like to call it, Mandalorian 1.2 or whatever, 2.0.
Mhm.
It stopped being about a Boba Fett after like episode 3 or 4 was. But yeah, nevertheless, we enjoyed it. Shout out to all my Star Wars peeps. So guys, I mean, did you guys watch the Boba Fett show? What you guys think of it?
I watch everything Star Wars. I'm a big Star Wars fan. Shout out to Dave Filoni, who has inherited the mantle of stewardship of the Star Wars universe with Jon Favreau. Those two guys have completely revolutionized the Star Wars universe. Dave Filoni, starting back when he did the Clone Wars cartoons, which forms the entire Bible for what you have going on in this post-Mandalorian era, with the Kenobi show, with Andor, Boba Fett. All of these are sort of takeoffs of what Dave Filoni started in the Clone Wars, and then having Jon Favreau step in and do the Mandalorian and do probably the best Star Wars that's been done in 20 years is really significant. Exciting time for Star Wars fans.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the Boba Fett series. It was dope. Frustrated Full Sports fan says, I liked it a lot until the Rancor episode. listen. Can't hate on Boba Fett. He want to ride a Rancor to beat the enemies. What? Who can hate on that, my brother? I know it was kind of one of them like, get out of here with that. But that was fun, man. I was fun. Anybody else? Did you watch any of this stuff, Tamiko? Did you see Boba Fett?
I sure did. I was pretty much all into it after The Mandalorian. So I was just rolling along because I'm more of a Star Trek girl than a Star Wars, but I had a good time watching the Book of
Yeah.
Boba Fett.
I won't be blasphemous this early in the show. You know how I think about all of this.
don't
Tomato,
trigger
tomato.
me. Don't trigger
Yes,
me.
don't do it. You're outnumbered. Don't do it.
Yeah. So what else? What else happened in January? What else we got? Oh, here we go. Peacemaker. Listen, I watched one episode. This some stuff is just like peace. I like. I'm a pastor, but every now and then I will enjoy a beer, and there are certain beers that are cool to drink, and then there's some stuff is just an acquired taste. This is an acquired taste. I took one sip, one episode, I put it down, I was done. Now, Paul, on the other hand, he raves about this show.
This is one of the best superhero television shows ever made. Period.
It was all right. It was all right.
Look, the thing is, we fail to realize with these comic book properties that comic books themselves are varied and they're different, right? There are different tones to take in various comics. You can't compare a Punisher comic book to a Deadpool comic book, or a She-Hulk comic book. All these comics are different. They have different tones and different styles. So with that in mind, Peacemaker is very tongue-in-cheek. It's very comedic, but it was engaging. If you give it a chance, it's entertaining. Not everything's got to be War and Peace. Not everything's got to be, something incredibly moving and deep. And sometimes you can have a glass
shenanigans. I get it.
You can have a glass of Sauvignon Blanc, but sometimes you just need a little Mad Dog 2020. That's what Peacemaker is. It's just something that you drink to relax. It's not complicated. It's not sophisticated, but it's entertaining. It's a popcorn flick.
Yeah. I mean, look, I might have to go back and watch it, again or whatever. I just know that first episode and then the beginning of it where they dancing, they doing a number. I'm like,
oh, they do that number every episode, and it slightly changes in every episode.
So I'm like, but again, now your man's Lord of Brooklyn, he talking about his show of the year. So I'm like, okay, all right, I see you, Brooklyn. Y'all in the house. But he said, hey, I don't hate the show. It just didn't grab me. You know what I'm saying? It just, it is.
Louisiana kid, stop with the spoilers, man. Stop with the spoilers.
Yeah, some of us might want to go back and binge some of this stuff. So yeah, but shout out to John Cena for finding a niche in the the comic things or whatever. So I like him as Peacemaker. That hat is just ridiculous, but it's okay.
See, now, if you continue to watch the show, you'd understand the significance of the helmet.
Yeah, I don't want to though.
I can't help you, man. I can't help you.
I'll just put it on the binge list.
Yeah. So that's what we got in January, February. What else we got going on? What's next? So now here we go. Here we go.
Can I do the song? Can I do the song? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look, when they said Robert Pattinson was going to be the Batman, all I saw was him as glowing in the sun as the vampire. What's his name?
Edward, right?
Yes.
Edward. I was watching Edward. I didn't think that he could pull this off. But my fans went in. Not only shout out to being the most comic book accurate movie we've seen in recent history, but shout out to the Penguin and shout out to that monster of a car that they had. But the best scene in the whole movie is when that car is flying out of that wall of flames, and my man is just looking like. Man, that was a great movie, man. Shout out to Batman.
Mhm.
If you didn't see that scene in IMAX, you missed something there. That was
Yes,
that
I
was
did.
sound.
I saw it. I
I am
I felt every.
I'm a very long time Batman fan. I mean, he's one of my top 5 favorite superheroes of all time. I'm a big Batman fan. You can deride me all you want. I like Batman. I like what I like. I'm an old guy. This is probably the most accurate depiction of Batman from Detective Comics, which is the original Batman book. Everyone's like, oh, Batman #1. No, Detective Comics is the original Batman book. This is the most accurate Detective Comics version of Batman that we've ever seen on screen. And the scene with the Batmobile, I would take it back a little before that. When they started the engine and you heard that roar, as Derek said, in IMAX surround sound, you hear that roar of that engine and it sounds like a beast. That thing sent chills down my spine. I love this film.
Yeah, man, that was dope for real. Yeah, so I mean, what can you say, man? I mean, we all love that movie. That movie was amazing. It had some dope actors in it. There was a little hate though. White people out here upset that they were the villains in the movie. You didn't think we was not gonna mention that.
Well, it got the fanboys had their criticism saying it was a woke film. Why? Because Catwoman was
added
black,
a little bit of color,
which Eartha Kitt, so not really factually. All right, whatever. But beyond that, then you have this black mayor, right? The young sister who was a mayor, who, quite frankly, as a side, should be in the running to play Storm someday in the MCU. And then on top of that, you have this scene where Catwoman is basically calling out, rich folk, the privileged class.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, I'm so tired of these super privileged people looking down on us in the alleys and the lower areas of Gotham. And they should get theirs. And I think that spoke to what a lot of people that have been disenfranchised in our society understand and feel. So it's criticized as being quote unquote woke for that. That's what make me like it more. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I was gonna give a shout out to Paul Dano because he was a scary Riddler, psychologically scary.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that he was able to corral so many people, gives me images of other things we see in the news today, and it was just really scary as a character.
Shout out to him, man. He's doing the. I'm sorry. He's doing the Riddler Year 1 book right now. He's writing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's a good book too. It's a good book. Issue 2 just came out.
Shout out to Herschel the Hater for throwing his hate.
I know. He
always appreciate the hate that can be spewed out. Saying it's the worst detective ever.
Showed up late.
What's he supposed to do? After the first scene, oh yeah, the Riddler did this. End credits. I mean, that's be a 5-minute film.
And we're going to retire the word woke. Just say black. Don't say woke no more.
Hey, Rich, guess what? We are we're past the 15-minute mark. I think it's time for the first giveaway of the night.
All right. So we told you guys every 15 minutes or so we're going to give away a book, and I'm going to be first up. And the first book that I'm going to give away right now is Marcus Williams' Tuskegee's #1. If you don't know who Marcus Williams is, you need to go get a late pass because this is one of the best artists around today. So I have a Tuskegee Flames, Flame of Destiny. This is his first published comic book. And I'm going to give it away to somebody right now. So if you're in the chat, stay tuned. My man Derek is going to hook us up, and we're gonna see who we're gonna get this book to, because you got to be here to get this book.
Wait, can I put myself in the chat? I actually need that book.
No, yeah, you can't get you. No.
All right, so here's how all the drawings are going to work tonight. Okay, hold on, let me fix this for a minute. Here's how the drawings are going to work. We're going to use our giveaway tool. There's not going to be any special terms or pound terms you have to put in. All you have to do is just participate in the chat. If you participate in the chat, you're in the drawing. If you're watching from Facebook, I highly recommend that you join us on the YouTube channel, because I know the chat tool will get from YouTube. I'm not 100% sure about Facebook. Okay, so with that said, let's go in and share our screen, and I'll give everybody just a few more seconds to make sure you're putting in something in this chat. By the way, give us a like while you're putting stuff in the chat.
I'm not going to say that being subscribed will increase your chances of winning, but it would not hurt.
All right, so here we go. First draw of the night. Bryant Wilson.
Bryant Wilson.
Congratulations.
Who I happen to know is subscribed to the channel.
So,
all right,
Mr. Bryant Wilson, what we need you to do is send us an email to our blackcomiclords@gmail.com. Give us your information there as far as your, where you want us to send this book. We'll get this in the mail within the week. And congratulations, sir. Appreciate you. And also, guys,
thank you for being subscribed to our channel.
Yes. And just to let you know, too, I got a few other Tuskegee Airs that I'm going to give away. So this is not the only one that I'm giving away. I got a couple of number ones I want to give away as well. So stay tuned for those. But let's keep going. Let's keep the conversation moving, y'all. We got more material to get to. We still in January, February. What else we got? Oh, we in March. I'm sorry. So here we go. Rodney Barnes, producer extraordinary, Philadelphia writer, dope. Nita Hawes, the man. Okay, not when he's not writing comic books, he's producing shows. Our guy's a big deal. And then when the show we're talking about is Winning Time: The Rise of the Lakers Dynasty, we just had the season 1. Season 2 is coming back pretty soon. So, what do you guys think about this show? I know some of the Lakers were kind of hating on it, particularly you, Magic, but I'm going to give you a pass because you are one of the greatest, guards ever on the planet. So, but what you guys think about this series on HBO, man?
I thought it was dope. It was engaging. Like, I binge watched the entire series because it was so engaging.
Agree.
That's what's up.
It was a great show. As somebody who I started watching basketball maybe around 83 timeframe, NBA basketball. So to kind of see what happened just before that period was good for me. And I like the story. I understand that it might not all be accurate, but I think they did a great job of casting, and I really like the storytelling behind it. It's very entertaining.
The casting was phenomenal.
I'll tell you what, I know that Jerry West isn't a fan, but hey, can't please everybody.
Yeah, they were not kind to Jerry West at all.
No, not at all. So, but it is what it is. I mean, when you do a piece like this here, you're not going to be able to please everybody, and you're going to, listen. If you were upset at season 1, season 2 is probably going to hurt you, really hurt your feelings, because they're going in season 2. So stay tuned for that, y'all. Yeah, HBO, no doubt. They doing their thing, What else we got going on, man? What's next? As far as shows go. Here we go.
Yes,
sir.
Moon Knight.
Yes.
Listen, who'd have thought that we would do that Marvel would put out a movie on a mental ill superhero.
Yeah.
He's got multiple personality disorders. He's got a whole lot going on. But I enjoyed Moonlight thoroughly. I didn't like what they did with the Scarlet Scarab. They gender swapped it. They race swapped it. They just did a whole swap. They just made her a whole different character. But either way, it was a good show. I enjoyed it. Kind of, initially getting into it, trying to figure out what's going on, what's what and what's not. That was the challenge, I guess, the first couple of episodes. But it got good, and it was a real good show, and definitely a surprise. I'm a Moon Knight guy, and when I heard that they were doing a Moon Knight show, I didn't really think they really were, because Moon Knight's like a B, C-list character, not a main character. He's got some dope stories. You talk about one of the best stories that Marvel has ever done is a story that with him and Black Panther, and that book goes for major bread. So, yeah, man, I enjoyed the Fist of Khonshu. So, what you guys think about Moon Knight?
I
I
thoroughly
feel
enjoyed it.
Isaac was really really good, really really good. Because he had me convinced that he was like three or four different people, kind of like in the vein of Tatiana Maslany when she did her show, Orphan Black.
Right?
Hmm.
It was just wow because I'm sitting there thinking I'm looking at the same guy, but he has me believing that he is this other person
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
multiple people
He
going
did his,
on up there, and it
I
was
love
so
I love the way they incorporated his mental illness into how his power works, particularly
yeah.
in the finale where he's jumping from one persona to the other, which is embodied by his Moon Knight persona versus his Mr. Knight persona.
Yeah.
I thought that was very well done. Um, from the very first episode, you were brought in. One of the
Yeah.
criticisms I had of say like WandaVision. WandaVision was a slow burn at first. Those
hmm
first couple episodes were kind of painful for me. I thought it was slow.
Yeah. It
Moon
was.
Knight, not so. I mean, you had the same. You don't know what's going on. If you're a casual fan, you're not familiar with Moon Knight. You really have no idea what to expect. So they have to do the process of developing the origin at the same time of moving the story along and engaging the viewer. And I thought they did a very good job with that from the very first episode. It made me care about the character Moon Knight. A character I don't have an extensive amount of comic books on that character. I have some of the keys, but not an extensive collection. But it made me care about that character. I thought it was really well done.
Yeah, I loved it too. I love the fact that it really gave more attention to dissociative identity disorder, and
Yeah,
as I understand it, they portrayed it a lot better than other shows have. Like the movie Split. I heard that was kind of inaccurate, but the Moonlight portrayal was really good, as I understand it. By the way,
yeah.
a YouTube channel I recommend is Cinema Therapy. You've got a director and a psychiatrist reviewing movies together and talking about the psychological aspects of it. So they covered
Mhm.
that movie here and really talked about that. I loved it. I also like the fact that they bring a lot of empathy to mental disorder and people that are facing
hmm
those. So awesome show, awesome show.
Yeah. I think I had a conversation with Dion once. We were talking. I think we were talking about how they were going to do this, because that's the thing about Mark Spector, is that you know, quote unquote, he's mentally ill, and so how would they handle it? Would they give it? Would they handle it with kid gloves, or would they really go in? They really go in. And shout out to Marvel, man, because I didn't think they was gonna do it, but they did, and they did it well. So I just wish y'all would do everything right. Make our job easier with Black comic laws. I'm just saying.
Brian
So
Wilson
yeah, shout
mentions
out
that the
there.
latest volume is really good as well. The shout out to Jed McKay, who's writing the latest Moon Knight series. If you're not reading that, I highly recommend it. If you like the Moon Knight series, read the book that Jed McKay is doing. He introduced a new version of the Fist of Khonshu called Hunter's Moon, a Black Moon Knight, so to speak.
Yeah. The left
it's a
hand
good
is
soap
Khonshu.
series. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and there are a few
they doing
questions
their
in the
thing.
and there's some questions in the chat. I think there's a question about how many personalities did Mark Spector have in the show. So I
It's
think
got 3.
Imani answered 3. And then there was, I thought there was another question too. Will there be a season 2? And the answer that given in the chat was yes, there will be a season 2. And then Brooklyn saying that will give more action that was missing in season 1.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
the
I
only
mean,
other
that's the thing
criticism
about
I
these.
had, other than maybe ramping up the action a little bit more, was when they had the scene with the Ennead in the temple, and they
Mhm.
showed all the various Egyptian gods from what do you call it, the Heliopolis, and they
Yeah,
didn't show Bast. I kind of missed out on seeing Bast. But that was my only sort of minor criticism.
I mean, they had a sister in there. Just wasn't bad.
Yeah.
They had one token. Let's move along. What else? What's next?
Oh,
So
here we
in
go.
the now here we go. The summer month gets started with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
Okay, let me just say this. Okay, now third sister, the sister that you see right there on the screen, she's the star of the show. Okay, but let me say this
Thank
about
you for saying that. Thank you for saying that.
Okay, but let me say this about Obi-Wan Kenobi as a show. This was a depressing show. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ben Kenobi, you supposed to be the Jedi of Jedis. No, you on this remote ball of dirt. You chopping up. You're a butcher. You you're a butcher. You done forgot how to use the Force. You just a hot mess. While my man's Darth Vader. Mm, listen, this is the Darth Vader we should have got in Star Wars: A New Hope.
Yes.
Because Star Wars
Yes.
in Obi-Wan Kenobi was about that life.
Yes, yes.
Let me tell you something. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm saying go ahead.
So look, as I said before, I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm also a fan of the Star Wars comic books. Probably the dopest Star Wars comic book on the shelves, if not top 3, is Darth Vader. Particularly that first volume of Darth Vader. Particularly a book called um, Vader Down. If you do not have the book Vader Down, please, for all that's holy, go get that book, read that book. Um, Darth Vader as a character is so much more complicated in the comics than what you see on the screen. His screen time in the films is actually very limited. The comics gives you the ability to really delve into who this guy is and what happened between these films. Because remember, Anakin Skywalker does this fall from grace. He becomes Lord of the Sith, but it's not just like one day he's evil and he's like good one day and bad the other. It's a process. So when he became Darth Vader, there was a process by which he became a full Lord of the Sith. And between episodes 3 and episode 4, there's a 20-year history of stuff that happened and things that
Right.
he did and stuff that he underwent. And in the comics, you get to see just how bad this dude can be. I'm not talking about bad as in being a bad person. I'm talking about bad in just terms of being just a badass dude. I mean, his power sets. What I loved about Kenobi is that Kenobi is really not Kenobi. They really should have called this show the Darth Vader Show. It's much more accurate. I didn't care about Ben Kenobi watching the show. I cared about Darth Vader because he stole every scene he was in. And I cared about this third sister on the screen that you see here. The two of them, whenever they were on the screen, they stole every scene. I personally, as a Star Wars fan, have always found the Sith much more interesting. I'm a fan of the Sith because when you read the books and you read the comics, you realize the Jedi aren't perfect. And that's kind of like the Sith, what the Sith are always talking about. Like the Jedi are kind of hypocrites. Even Yoda comes to that realization. If you watch the movies, Yoda comes to that realization that the Jedi are kind of weak and have lost their way, and they become much more politicized, that they're kind of ineffective, and they're hypocritical. And that's what the Sith point out to them. So in a way, when they talk about Ben Kenobi says, things are what they are from a matter of perspective, right? The Jedi are good from a certain perspective. From another perspective, they're actually not that good. And at least the Sith are honest. Like they'll say, yeah, I'm here to steal your cookies and take your milk. At least they're honest about it. I love this show. I love the show because I'm a Star Wars fan and I'm familiar with the lore beyond what you see in the movies. And that lore, you get to see some of it in this series.
It's interesting that you brought up the third sister, and hopefully we'll get to see some more of her in the future. She had the fanboys. She had the fanboys, and what they, oh Lord, they were they were trying to go in. They were trying to go in.
Actually, put out a disclaimer for the sister saying, if you're a racist or whatever, and you hate this character, you're not a real Star Wars fan. The actor, what's his name? The guy who plays Ben Kenobi, Ewan McGregor, actually had to go on Twitter and said, if you hate this fellow actress simply for being who she is and playing a Sith character, you're not a real Star Wars fan. They had to do damage control and spin control simply for casting a black woman on a Star Wars show. How bad is racism that you have to do that?
I mean, the Star Wars fandom is one of the most toxic fandoms there is. That's historically that's listen. They've been giving George Lucas the blues, and so for years, decades, they did a documentary about that, and it's crazy. But when she showed up on screen or whatever, she exhibited a control and a power that they had never seen before. And I think that's another thing that triggered them as well, because she wasn't, a dainty woman. She was very, very strong. Her jaws were tight. She was going after who she needed to go after. She wasn't playing with them. And, it is what it is. But, again, shout out to Third Sister. I ain't mad at her. She, she did a thing in the show. She was definitely one of the light highlights of Kenobi for sure.
I mean, think about what her role is on the show, right? She's the third sister. There was the Grand Inquisitor, right? Her boss, and he's like, "Look, she's always the hot head, right? Like, you guys are so inefficient. We could be getting Kenobi right now, but y'all always in my way." And the Grand Inquisitor is like, "Yo, hold up, sister. Know your role and play your position. Move to the side, and don't get in my way." And she's looking at him like, "I'm hungry. I want your spot." And what does she do? She tries to kill dude to take his spot. That might trigger some fanboys who experience that in their personal lives. When they see a sister come along who's unafraid, who's more talented, and is coming for their spot. That's going to trigger somebody on some subconscious level, hence the backlash against this poor sister who plays.
Especially people who had invested in his first appearance too. They thought he was dead at a certain point.
Right, they were losing their minds. If they didn't bring him back, then
Derek, I think it's about that time, my brother.
Oh yeah. So who's up next? Tamiko?
Yes.
So another giveaway.
All righty. What I got for y'all today, Spider-Man #2, the local comic shop variant.
Man, I need that one too.
Is the Francesco Mobili cover with Miles on it. It's fly. It's dope. You got to have it. So
I hope y'all appreciate these giveaways because these are books that I want myself. I don't even have.
So let's see who gets it.
My fellow lords, if I'd asked them, hey, can I have that book? They'd be like, no.
Nah.
They're giving them to y'all for free.
No,
All you gotta be
no
is
comic
subscribe to
lords.
the channel.
No comic lords are eligible in any of these giveaways, these contests.
I quit.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk about what we want to give each other in a meeting. So we just
Yeah.
All right, we good? Everybody ready? So
So
this is for Tamiko's Spider-Man book. We'll do the drawing now.
Not that you have to be subscribed to the channel to win, but
it'll help.
Hey, that's me.
Oh, come on. What is the last
We'll
thing
run it
you
again.
just
We'll
said?
run it again. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's draw this again.
running back.
Yeah. Otherwise, I know Brooklyn's gonna give me a hard time. Amani.
Money!
There you go.
Money.
Congratulations,
what's up.
Amani.
Congratulations.
Now,
All right.
Imani, you know what you got to do? You got to send us an email to blackcomiclords@gmail.com. Give us your address information, and we can send that book right out to you, sir.
What a coincidence that Amani's also subscribed to our channel and he won. I'm not saying there's any correlation. It's not a
It's a
requirement.
possibility.
But,
Could be a strong possibility. Okay, guys, let's move along. We talked enough about Obi-Wan. What we got it next month? June. We ought to have some good stuff in June. Here we go.
yeah,
It's Marvel. All right. So Kamala Khan. This was a fun show, and I think sometimes as comic book heads and blurs and whatever, we sometimes forget to have fun. This was a fun show. If you really was upset and hating on this show, you might want to check out yourself. Might want to get yourself checked out, because this was a good show. Very, very colorful show. First time looking at a Muslim as a superhero. She was a free spirited, and she was very classy and dignified in her role for being a young lady. She did a thing, and so it was different. They retconned some things to make it happen, whatever. Some people didn't like what they did with the rings or whatever, but I thought it was a nice touch, and again, it was just a fun show. I enjoyed every episode, and again, we also have to remember that everything isn't always for us. We want everything to be for us. Sorry, white people, everything is not for you. This world is 85% melanin. You guys are a very small percentage on the planet, but everything isn't for you. This probably was not for you, but you could have watched it like we all did and enjoyed it just the same. So what do you guys think about Ms. Marvel?
Oh, it was so much fun.
I have an opinion on Ms. Marvel that actually comes from someone else.
Okay.
Because I watch a show with my whole family. So tell me what you think.
Uh-oh. Hey.
Everyone say hi to my daughter, Michaela.
Hi, Michaela.
Hey, Michaela.
She can't hear you. What did you think of Ms. Marvel?
I really liked the show.
What did you like about it?
Everything.
Everything.
There you go.
She's 11, so that's pretty descriptive. Thank you very much. We watched the whole show together as a family. Like, when what was the show on? Wednesdays? It'd be like Wednesday. She's like, Daddy, it's Wednesday. Do you know what that means? I'm like, new comic book day? Like, I don't. No, Ms. Marvel. Ms. Marvel also came out today. She was very excited to watch the show. And what I loved about the show is the fact that it actually taught you a history lesson too, right? Most people don't know the history of Pakistan, right? Like how it came into being and the Great Divide and all that stuff. And it showed you a culture that many of us are not exposed to. So in terms of being educational, being tied to the MCU, expanding the MCU which a lot of these Marvel shows don't really expand the MCU. They're kind of self-contained. This show expanded the MCU. Very worthwhile show. I enjoyed it. And I think most of the detractors of the show are not because the show wasn't good, but because they don't like seeing a brown girl from New Jersey be herself. I'll say it like that.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It was a great show. I think that it was a good starting point because she's going to be, of course, we know she's going to be in the Marvels movie that's coming up. And I don't want to backtrack, but we were talking about Star Wars when we were talking about Third Sister. Guys, next year we got the Acolyte to look forward to. So the mayonnaise is going to be mad even more when that comes out because that's about the Sith, and that is a black woman is going to be leading that as well. And I think Sebastian of Stranger Comics is connected to that as well. So we have the Acolyte to look forward to. But back to Miss Marvel. Great show. Very, very colorful. And that's what's up.
I know Tamiko had a point she was going to make, and then I wanted to make one too about Miss Marvel.
Yeah, but it was a very fun show. Because I love serious as much as anybody. I love blood and gore as much as anybody. But it's just, I could sit down with my son and watch this because he's very, very picky about what he watches as a teenager. So we had a good time watching Miss Marvel because, I couldn't let him watch all the other stuff that mommy likes to watch. So I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, for me, I've got 2 high school age kids. Same thing. Watched it with both of them. My son doesn't watch much TV at all, but he would sit down and watch this show with us. So anything that can get him to sit down with us and watch, hey, I appreciate that. And I also like the fact that I could watch this and get to see life, especially a home life, from the perspective of somebody that isn't white and isn't like me. Just getting that perspective and the interactions, community. Everything. That was just great. And I feel like we just need more of that in America so that we all recognize what the real diversity is and not TV, which is more or less homogenous, right? So I love that show.
Yeah, that's an aspect of it I enjoyed as well. Being from an immigrant family myself, seeing another immigrant family on the screen and I identified a lot with some of the things that immigrants have to deal with and the perspectives that we have when we come to this country, and having that duality of existence in being American, but also having this other culture that's very much a part of your life, and you want to sort of take the best of both and incorporate it into that self. That's something I really appreciated it, and that was something that she really sort of touched upon without being all in your face about it. It's kind of like she is who she is. It wasn't. That's why I challenge when people say this is like woke television or what have you. She was never throwing her culture or making some message. She was simply being who she is without it being a thing. And I think that's always the most positive way to really sort of make changes and to educate people on things.
And two more points quickly. Just 2 more points. Aman Vellani, she's like the ultimate Marvel fangirl. I mean, I was wondering in the beginning how you could cast somebody who basically had no true acting experience, but after just seeing her and listening to her, you see she's just perfect fit. So that's point A, and then point B is the decision they made to have her be a mutant. I think is also key there as well because it signals a little bit more about what's going to happen in the future.
Here's the thing, guys. Let me say this. I think this went over a lot of people's head too because Marvel got some people in they inner circle that kind of wink at a lot of stuff. And maybe you guys didn't notice this, but in the show, she idolizes Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is her hero. Captain Marvel is a white woman. And what they were kind of saying is that while you guys are upset of us doing this, that, the other, this is really the mirror to your face. All of us have had to identify or find heroes that are white, whether it was us like in Batman or Superman or whatever. They slipped that in there, and I don't think they even recognized that's what they were doing when they did that. They made her a fangirl over, Captain Marvel. Nobody checks for Captain Marvel like that, but they made it felt authentic. And I think that spoke to the struggle of people that are immigrants, that are people of color, having to identify with these traditional white characters. So that's just something that I think that was pretty ingenious, what they did with that character, because they didn't have to do that, but it felt natural, and it is something that all of us, I think, can identify with to a certain degree. So Brian Williams has a question. Wilson, he says, how did the gangs feel about how they changed her from an inhuman to a mutant? Listen, the Inhumans had their
They wanted to get that stink off of her.
I had no problems with
show,
it. I have never been a fan of the Inhumans. When I first learned about the Inhumans, I was like, that just sounds like a ripoff of the mutants. But what really makes me detest them, now I'm projecting because I'm using the word detest. What really makes me detest the Inhumans is the fact that back when Marvel Studios did not have the rights to the mutants, along with several other characters, what Marvel did, and because they were having a hissy fit fight with 20th Century Fox, they took those characters, and specifically the mutants, and put them in limbo. Not a figurative limbo, a literal limbo. They took the entire mutant populace and put them in limbo hell, run by what's her face, Magic, Ilyana Rasputin Magic, and that's where they put the mutants, both figuratively and literally, because what they did is they had the Inhumans Terrigenesis wave cover the entire Earth. They were selective before about who was becoming Inhuman. They spread the wave throughout the entire Earth and activated all the Inhumans throughout the Earth at the same time, which is where Ms. Marvel and Mosaic and a lot of these other characters, Moon Girl, all these characters came from that move by Marvel to try to replace mutants in the comic books with the Inhumans. I detested that because I'm a big mutant fan. I absolutely detested that concept.
Well,
I detested the Inhumans as a result, and Marvel's punk move to do something like that over a hissy fit over film rights to the characters.
Well,
so
that's why
I had no problems making Ms. Marvel a mutant.
Hey, Rich,
that's why if you go to what's up, bro?
Oh, I was gonna say we are about 50 minutes in, and we've only done 2 giveaways. It's time for another one.
Time for another giveaway. Let's make it happen then.
Yeah. So who's up next? Is it me?
I guess the CEO is up next.
No. It's Derek.
No, not yet. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, we'll go with this one. This is one that was getting a lot of attention last year. Let me get myself.
Hey.
So this is the Black Comic Lords exclusive variant of Black Cotton #1. And
number 6.
Number 6.
Oh, number 6. That's right. Number 6. Very nice cover with the original Black Comic Lords personas on there. And I think there's still a disagreement as to who's the top and who's the second, Paul.
It's no disagreement whatsoever. Okay. If you hold it up, I'll tell you who's who. The guy at the top is my partner, Mark. The second guy is Richard. The third good-looking guy is me. And the fourth guy is Herschel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the order of who's on the sword. Shout out to Willie C. Cordy Jr., who did this cover for us. This is a very exclusive cover, by the way. Mm-hmm. Only 250 copies of this book exist. So It's super, super, super exclusive.
Yeah.
Good
so,
luck finding yourself a copy.
So we
And
talked
that
about
was
winning
pre
time a few
me
minutes
and
ago.
Derek.
Oh, yep. That's before me and Tamiko. So we talked about
Mhm.
winning time earlier. Is winning time right now. And also just check out the series. Interesting concept. And
Yeah.
just hopefully it can continue. I haven't. Are they still writing right now? Has the new the second volume come
Volume
out
2
yet?
has not come out yet. It's slated to come out sometime in 2023.
hmm Yeah,
Um,
Katibo Mari. It is a clean copy. It's a good one. It's a good one.
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me put this one up. Okay. No,
Who's
Amani,
going
you
to
didn't
do
win. You didn't
this?
win, Amani. No. All right, here we go.
Watch Derek win again.
That's funny.
Oh,
D
D
Hearn. D
Hearn.
Hearn. I know I saw D in the chat. Congratulations, D. All
D, I hope
right.
you're subscribed to our YouTube channel or your book may get lost in the mail. I'm not saying that's going to happen,
Yeah, and I
but
just want
it
to
would
D,
just
not
do a
hurt.
please
quick shout
send
out.
us. Yeah.
A quick shout out to a few people in the chat. We have some really dedicated regular followers and people in our show. Brooklyn has been very vocal as usual. Gordon Mahon, Bryant Wilson, Amani, Ernie, Fiction Ink Flow, John Bird, Azure Beast. And thanks to you all. I know I'm not getting everybody. Just want to shout out a few people in the chat. Also, my college roommate, Miguel Jackson. I think I saw a post from him too. Hey, Miguel, what's going on? All right.
So, D, please send us
All
an email to blackcomiclords@gmail.com. Put your address information so we can send that book out right to you. And then, we talked a little bit about Miss Marvel. She's going to be in the Marvels movie, so stay tuned for that. Let us get to the next slide. What we got? July, June. So, in June, of
Oh.
course, this is for all you degenerates. Those of you that watch Amazon Prime, The Boys. Now, I will be honest. After season 2, I had enough of The Boys. For a whole lot of reasons that I'm not going to talk about, except to say, The Boys gives us a realistic view of if there were really superheroes, how would they be? And it's a little frightening, to be honest. While we read about our favorite characters, whether it's Storm, whether it's Black Panther, whether it's Captain America, Superman, whomever, they look great on ink and paper. Well, just imagine that there was a guy that had Superman-like powers, like Homelander. It'd be a little frightening. So I don't want this dude. I don't want this dude flying over my house, let alone over my planet. So, did you guys watch season 3 of The Boys?
I've watched all the seasons. This is the most realistic depiction of what superheroes would be if they truly existed. I think if Superman truly existed, he would not be truth, justice, in an American way. He would be, why don't I take over this place? You people are kind of beneath me. That's The Boys. When you talk about, well, superheroing's got to be expensive. How do they afford all this stuff? How do they afford the supersonic jet? How do they afford the headquarters? And what do they do whenever they throw a car into a building? Who pays for that? Like, somebody's got to pay. There's insurance claims, there's lawsuits. Like, who pays for all that? The Boys answers that question. You got to go corporate, right? You got to have insurance. You got to have coverage. You have to have deals with the U.S. government even to operate as superheroes. And with political oversight and corporate oversight, there's a lot of headaches that come with that. And your mission statement changes. The Boys addresses all of that. You say, for those, Rich said, if you're a degenerate, you like the show. Well, I think that's a reflection of where we are as a society. because it's a very popular show and it's a very accurate show. In my what I would anticipate superheroes would actually be in our society. So what does that say about us? The show's not about the boys. The show is about, I'm sorry, not the boys, because the boys are the characters trying to kill the superheroes. The show isn't about the superheroes. For me, the show is about how society reacts to superheroes. That's how I interpret the show.
I mean, you know,
tell you, season 3 was wild because I'm sitting there, I'm like,
yeah, the very first episode is like,
I'm not usually squeamish, but they really pushed that limit on me this season. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they actually got permission to be able to do all that on.
Wow. Very wild.
They off the chain. That's you know, Amazon Prime. Say what you want about Amazon, and they're a fearless leader, but they know how to bring the drama. That's for sure.
Yeah,
so,
Zord B says most people would be straight up villains. Absolutely. I think most superheroes, if they really existed, they'd probably be more like villains.
Yeah.
And Frustrated Fan says it made Watchmen seem minor. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Shout out to Anthony Starr too. He plays that role really well. And is he? There are rumors he's going to be Dracula. Is that still a rumor?
Who?
Marvel's Dracula. Anthony Starr, who plays Homelander.
Homelander.
Oh,
I don't know.
He would be a perfect.
Anybody else in the chat heard that rumor?
Because he is scary.
Yeah. Very scary.
He just has this smirk on his face most of the time. It's like, you know, I can really, it's like, you know, I can kill you, right?
And I still might.
You know, the first season, I would tell you, the most horrifying, not horrifying, but the most just, I was just disgusted when they were on a plane and the plane was going down. And it was like, okay, we got to save these people. And Homelander was like, no, we don't. Coming with me. He let the plane go down. So now I will say this. If you think the show is disgusting, go get some of the comic books. Yeah, it's not for children. It's not for children at all. No. And it was
particularly the hero-gasm issues that were depicted on the show. The comics are worse.
Yes. Funny thing is, when we have free comic book day, they've just started to color code their books because they did a boys book, I want to say a year ago. And free comic book day, that was one of the books that they gave away. And I was like, do y'all really want to put this on the same table as a book for a 5 or 6 year old? You know, because some shops, they just grab 3 comics and go on. You know, but yeah.
Those were in the back. You had to ask for those.
Good. They don't care out here in Texas. They throw it off out here. So let's move on, guys. That's enough of the boys, because we know boys will be boys. Speaking of a boy, a grown boy, Thor, Love and Thunder. Jane Foster is Thor, you know, and this was one of the I would say it didn't do as well as I thought it could have. I want Thor to be more of a serious depiction. Of course, we've talked about this earlier this year, where, you know, they've kind of made Thor as a character comedy relief when Thor in the comics is a very serious character.
They made him a buffoon. Just say it. They made him a bumbling buffoon.
And they did this, and the funny thing is they've done this, and then they introduced Jane Foster as Thor. And the funny thing is, a lot of people tried to call this a woke comic book or a woke show. When Jane Foster is Thor in the books. Okay? You know, so where all this stuff comes from, I have no idea. The crazy part about it is that if you've read the story or the book the Thor books by Jason Aaron, where they talk about the God Butcher. That is a pretty good run. If you have not read any Thor, now I recommend 2 volumes of Thor. The Donny Cates run, that Donny Cates run, I think he's wrapping it up, but the first 10, 12 issues of Donny Cates' Thor is amazing. And the Thor run with Jason Aaron, where he talks about the God Butcher. That's incredible as well. You don't have to be quote unquote Thor fans to enjoy those books. But again, they really invested a lot in this movie, but I don't think they got the return that they wanted on it.
Mhm.
But either way, you know what I'm saying, it was a very entertaining movie. Which is, most of the time we go to Marvel movies, that's what they're supposed to be. If they're entertaining or whatever, we can enjoy them or whatever. So, I mean, I know, Tamiko, you really enjoyed this movie, right?
I did, because this movie was more like Ragnarok on crack, because it was just they just went a little bit too far. It was a little bit too much, and plus they compressed the mighty Thor. Jane Foster is the mighty Thor, so they compressed her story. This could have actually been a Disney Plus show if focused completely on her, because honestly, you didn't really need Thor in the background. Although the screaming goats, that I was on the floor every time they was on the screen. I cried laughing because they were so funny, and the noise they made, it was just ridiculous. But this was kind of a mishmash, because I don't think Taika Waititi had a good grasp of the story he wanted to tell, as opposed to the story that should have been told. But I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it.
I did not like this movie. I've been on vacation for the last 2 weeks. My wife's not a big Marvel person, but bless her heart, she tried to watch this movie several times, and I think she fell asleep like every time. This movie's just kind of all over the place. I thought the first Thor movie was probably one of the weakest Marvel movies. I absolutely loved Thor Ragnarok. It's one of my favorite Marvel movies, as a matter of fact. I thought it was a good blend of comedy and action. It expanded the MCU a little bit by introducing you to another world. Having Thor and Hulk as buddies was cool. Introducing Valkyrie was cool. I enjoyed Thor Ragnarok. Taika Waititi, I think they sort of let the reins a little too loose on him, and he went to the extreme of himself. And it's too much comedy. It's I like comedy in the MCU movies, but this was way too much, to the point where Thor became a caricature of himself. And he's not even remotely like how he is in the comics. At least with Ragnarok, there were some comedic elements, but he got serious when he needed to get serious. This was just a pure comedy film. We still haven't seen a correct balance fully of what Thor is and what he's capable of. I think the closest that we saw of that Thor was actually in Infinity War, Avengers Infinity War, where he comes down in Wakanda and he, brings the rain and thunder and is going after Thanos and puts the blade where it belongs in his chest. That was Thor. And he, even in that film with the Russo brothers, they did demonstrate some comedic elements of him as well. It was that proper balance of the edgy guy who, quite frankly, is a god and a warrior, with someone who also is kind of a good-natured fella. This movie was just kind of all over the place for me. It was boring. It didn't make a lot of sense. I just did not like it. I think it was a wasted opportunity for them when they're introducing Jane Foster as Thor, because the rest of the movie was so just disjointed. Her storyline of being Thor got kind of lost in the wash. and I thought that was a wasted opportunity for that.
I
really didn't like it.
Clearly. Let's move along. we got more stuff to get to.
Hey, guess
Thor,
what?
Love, and Thunder.
Guess what time it is?
Hey,
Time for another
show.
giveaway.
Wait,
Giveaway. All right.
I think we're back to you,
So-
Rich. Unless it's Paul.
Okay.
I'm at the end.
Yeah. Paul's waiting with bated breath to give his way whatever he's giving away, but I'll go. I will give away another Tuskegee Airs #1 by Marcus Williams and Greg Burnham. You know what I'm saying? I think Greg Burnham is in our space. I definitely see him sometimes around in Blurtco or whatever, but he helped write this as well. So we're going to give away another #1 Tuskegee Airs. So let's see who we got this time, this go round.
I
All
still
right,
need, I
let's
still
see
need a
who's gonna
copy
win
of
this
that book.
time.
This guy
Can't
here.
even get into the own damn.
I hear eBay might have some, Paul.
I'm saying.
Yep.
I hope y'all appreciate these giveaways.
Louisiana
Louisiana
Kid 08.
Kid.
There
All
we
right,
go.
Louisiana Kid 08. You are the winner, sir. Please send us an email to blackcomiclords@gmail.com and give us your address information so we can mail you out your book, sir.
And while you're online giving us your email, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel.
yeah, please like, share, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you're in here, please hit the like button on this video. Helps us with the algorithm. And again, congratulations, Louisiana Kid. So moving right along.
You know what? We
into-
forgot another May film that I think we need to at least give a few minutes to. Doctor Strange
What's
and the
that?
Multiverse of Madness.
How did
Doctor
we skip
Strange
that?
and the Multiverse of Madness.
I
Well,
don't know.
I will say this about the
Can you
movie.
put that on the screen, Derek?
I don't have it. Maybe I'll be able to pull it up in a minute, but I don't have it right now.
Yeah, you know what? Don't worry about it, Derek. The multiverse version of us in Earth 6509023 3001, they got it. So don't even worry about it. They doing it in the area of the multiverse. We don't need it here on real life, real Earth. That's one of the reasons why I don't like the multiverse. But anyway, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, dope movie for sure. I gotta say, I know a lot of people don't like Wanda Maximoff, but listen, Wanda Maximoff can get a pound from your boy, because anybody that can make Black Bolt's head explode deserves a little respect.
Yeah.
If you can do that to an Inhuman, listen, a brother from the block, I ain't no match. So she gets all the respect. She can come to the cookout. She can get a plate. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give her extra ribs because I don't want her. I don't need no smoke. I'm sorry, Paul. I just can't. She too serious, bro. So yeah, man, I enjoyed the movie though. But yeah, I know a lot of people are tired of Wanda, but I enjoy Elizabeth Olsen's portrayal of Wanda Maximoff. So
Yeah.
I mean, what do you guys think of this movie?
She's really powerful. I mean, that's one thing I liked, because she took out that other world Illuminati just like nothing. And I was like, wow. So, magic and the Darkhold you really can't play with. So I enjoyed it. Okay, because I mostly enjoyed it really because of America's shenanigans with Doctor Strange while they're running from Wanda. And it was fun. It was fun. It was creepy in most parts, because she was determined to be with those children that she created so much that she's going to snatch another world's version of those two children. Okay. And they had their mother, their Wanda Maximoff there. And it was really, really wild. But I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Azura Beast, I don't hate, nobody hates Black Bolt around here. We actually, I cut for Black Bolt. But look, bro, she closed his mouth and she blew his head up. That's what happened in the movie.
I thoroughly enjoyed this film. I long said before it came out it was going to be one of the most important films that Marvel could do because it introduced the concept of the multiverse to the casual MCU audience. And
Right.
this movie is going to set up this, and Loki sets up this whole next phase of what we're doing in terms of the multiverse, challenging space and time and different dimensions. This is the future of Marvel because all the reboot of the Marvel universe, the characters that exist that come from the multiverse, your Rachel Grays, your Bishops, your Miles Morales, they all come from the multiverse. They're in the 616, but they didn't start there, and that's what that's why this film is so important. And it's introduced by I mean, look, from the moment that you hear and you see that yellow hover chair roll out on the screen, you know it's a game changer for the MCU. I mean, we had characters that Marvel just got the rights to, like a year ago. Finally seeing them on screen in all their glory. And it was interesting. They even, as we talked about Black Bolt, they even brought in a character from the now defunct Marvel Television Studios, which doesn't exist anymore. Marvel did away with it, which is where you had the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Inhumans, Cloak and Dagger, all these shows that Marvel had as part of its television studios, that's gone. After the Disney deal, they're all gone. But they brought a character, Anson Mount's Black Bolt, from that universe into this movie. I thought that was brilliant. I thoroughly enjoyed the film, and it was. You also had kind of a horror element to it. Like I wouldn't watch that movie with my family because that movie is just probably a little too scary. The only sole criticism I would have is that America Chavez is a big character, and you didn't really get that. She was kind of incidental to this story, and she's a really, really powerful and important character, and I didn't think she got enough shine in this film. So that would be my sole criticism. Oh, along with the largest criticism, which is Dr. Voodoo should have been in this film.
Right.
That was a tremendous disappointment.
True. We be waiting on that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Jericho Drum, put him on a milk carton because he ain't showing up no time soon. It is what it is.
He should have been in this movie. There's no reason for him not to be in this movie. Absolutely no reason.
Yeah. Well, broke clock is right twice a day. It is what it is.
That's too also why I started avoiding trailers because none of these companies can hold their water. Because I was like, I wanted to see all of that in the film. I don't want to see that in the trailer.
Right.
Hey, I got a question for you all. Did anybody see this picture in their Facebook feed? I just found it pretty funny.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
The Reed Richards Multiverse of Madness action figure.
Wow.
Anyway,
courtesy
has
of Wanda Maximoff.
No chill.
Just as an aside, Wanda Maximoff is a villain. She's always been a villain. She always will be a villain.
Yeah, villains drive story. What else is new? Derek, I think it's time for a commercial break.
Oh, okay.
So guys, we're gonna hit you with some clips. We're gonna hit you with a commercial, and we'll be back in 2 shakes of a tail. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Go to blackcomiclords.net. Get you some merch. That beautiful shirt that Paul has on, you could get that that sticker that Tamiko just showed you, you can get that. You can get that on a shirt. You can get that on a mask. You can get that on a backpack. You can get that on a mug. You can get that on you can get that on anything. We got it for you. We got some heat for you. Go to our website, blackcomiclords.net, and check us out.
The character Steel, Louis Simonson created that as a nod to static. I mean, as a nod to hardware.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Oh.
A lot of people don't know that, right?
And we are back.
Hey, all right. So, guys, if you liked what you just saw, go to our YouTube channel and you can pick up some of those clips. We got milestone roundtables. We have all kind of stuff, man. So check us out. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Black Comic Lords. Check us out on Instagram. Check us out on Facebook. Check us out on Twitter while we're still there.
Wow.
Because Elon's being a gangster right now with Twitter.
And don't forget TikTok.
I was just gonna say one thing quickly, just to share with the chat how big a deal it is for this channel to get to 1,000 subscribers. Because if you think, you see other channels and they might have millions of subscribers, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, but the community they're addressing is huge, right? We're like a niche within a niche within a niche of a community, and everything we're aimed at is for a really small and tight community. But this is how we keep ourselves together, because we're spread out all over everywhere. So just for us to get this close to 1,000 subscribers is awesome. We want to get that milestone in the month of January, if not sooner. We still have another day left. So do everything you can, get the word out, let your friends know about Black Comic Lords. Tell them to subscribe
to the YouTube channel.
Hey, that's what's up. So we leapfrogged, and then we kind of went back, and now we need to go back again. Okay, September, Atlanta. Now, Atlanta's not a comic book thing, but we all blurs here. And the final season of Atlanta was probably the greatest of the 3 seasons of Atlanta. And I gotta say,
Probably.
shout out to Donald Glover. That guy's a genius. Childish Gambino, whatever else he wants to call himself. Somebody just needs to hand him a check. Don't even fill it out. Just let him put the zeros on it and get that dude paid because yeah, Atlanta. I think people will. I think Atlanta's gonna kind of be like The Wire, where people are gonna go back and binge it, watch it, and then it'll get the appreciation that it should have gotten while it was around. So, I mean, what do you guys think about Atlanta, man? Especially this last season.
Last season was phenomenal. Donald Glover said about the last season that he has always been a fan of short films. Like that is something that he's always wanted to do. He wanted to make short films. So for this last season, he made this a season not of episodes, but of self-contained short films. Some of these episodes marginally may connect to the overall television series. Some of them have no connection whatsoever, and those are his short films, and they're brilliant. If this show, at minimum, has to get nominated for an Emmy, has to, and I can't think of a show that is more deserving of an Emmy than this one for this season, because every single episode was Emmy worthy.
Yeah.
It was phenomenal.
Yeah, he did his thing. The goof had sat by the door. Definitely was an amazing. My favorite one has to be the spook. Trini to the Bone.
Well, that was one of my favorite ones. That was one of my favorite ones.
Which is about a Trinidadian nanny who died, and it was about her funeral, but it was more or less about the child that she helped raise, and a lot of stuff going on in that issue, but very, very funny, very lighthearted issue also, even though it was dealing with a very heavy subject. I mean, we could sit and talk about Atlanta for an hour. Louisiana Kid says something. He says, "I'm still trying to figure out if it was real or a dream." Kind of reminds me of St. Elsewhere and Dallas shows where they did the same thing to the audience. I mean, that's the genius of Donald Glover and his brother. They did things to kind of let you figure it out. It's really your perspective, almost. You know what I'm saying? How you see it versus the next person. I know when there was a scene in like one of the last show, which was the Darius episode, where you got to see Darius interact with his brother, and they were like, "Okay, is this real, or all of them dead?" And this is just kind of a playback. You really don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's designed to mess with your head. But it was some things that they did in that particular episode that kind of like, if you ever seen that movie, I think, what's the name? Is it Inception?
Yeah, Inception.
Where it's a dream within a dream. Mm-hmm. It kind of has that kind of flavor to it. I mean, it's a mind job for sure. But yeah, man, I just, Atlanta's hilarious. What I do love about it is that it is on Hulu, and anytime I want to just binge a season or whatever, that's what I'm gonna do. Shout out to the whole crew, man. They did their thing. All of these guys are big stars now. Omar Tariq, that guy there has been in everything. Matter of fact, if you're looking for something dope to watch, he's in a Netflix movie playing an assassin.
Bullet Train?
The Bullet Train. Bullet Train. Yeah, go check that out. Him and Brad Pitt. So yeah. So yeah, them guys is doing their thing. And what else can we say about Zazie Beetz? AKA Domino. So she's doing her thing too.
Yeah, I see Bryant's comments. Yeah, you definitely need to watch this show. I was late to it. I didn't watch it until after season 3 ended, and it was only because I heard Paul and Rich talking about it. I said, let me check it out, and I loved it. And every single episode I watch, I have to watch it one time just to catch it. I have to watch it a second time to make sure I saw what I saw, and then a third time to really start understanding and digesting it. Because the first watch, you're never gonna see what just happened. So it's a great show, multiple layers of comedy, great acting. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. So shout out to everybody, all you guys that watch the ATL. They doing they did their thing, man. So it's going to get the treatment, I think. Like I said, when you talk about The Wire, when The Wire was out doing its thing, I mean they had a cult following, but they didn't have the show billing that all these other shows like The Sopranos or what's the other one? Boardwalk
Empire.
Boardwalk Empire. They didn't have that dealing. Of course, we all know a shade light, shade too bright, whatever goes with that. But they just didn't. Atlanta just did not have. It was really a cult follow. I mean, I'm hoping that they do this with, hopefully somebody gives him another shot where he can do those little short films that you're talking about, Paul, because, the dude's a genius. People don't realize Donald Glover's been around a long, long time. This dude has done stand-up. Matter of fact, do y'all remember the movie The Mystery Men?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was in that.
Invisible Kid or whatever he did.
Yeah, he was in that. You know how old that movie is?
He was somebody else.
You know how old that movie is? That dude's been around a while. So, shout out to him. He deserves all his success. We got to keep going, though, guys. Where we at? We in September? Let's see what else we got.
Well, actually, you know what time it is? It's time for another giveaway.
This is a giveaway. Hey!
All right, Tamiko, what you got?
All right. What I got for y'all right now. Nubia, Queen of the Amazons, number 3. This is the C swimsuit variant cover. The artist is Dirt Chew. So if you want to get Nubia out there playing volleyball with Diana, here's your cover.
What issue number is that, Tamika? What issue number is that?
Nubia, Queen of the Amazons, issue 3.
All right, everybody got that? So hey, if you haven't gotten anything into the chat yet, put something in there right now. So we'll switch back over to the giveaway tool.
Well, I just say some of you guys, y'all like the Nubia easy on the eye, ain't she?
All right, here we go.
Brian Wilson again.
Uh-oh.
Is that fair? Can we do that?
I think you want it.
Yeah, shout out to Brian. Brian he got
hey, let's do this. Now you got Brian, we'll let you choose. If you wanna run it again, we'll run it again. If you want it, you can have it. Which one?
He said yeah, buddy.
Okay, I think I know his answer.
Boy, he won twice, and he subscribed to the YouTube channel. I wonder if there's some type of correlation.
Lord of Brooklyn, I'm gonna need you to stop. This ain't rigged, bro.
Yep, it's the computer. We ain't doing nothing to it.
All right,
got it all exactly. So we are in September, going into October, and of course we got another Marvel show, Werewolf by Night. Basically a one shot. This was a movie, or this was a show that came out of left field. We didn't know what they were quote unquote doing with it, but they gave it the old 50s, 1960s feel to it. And it was pretty good, man. It was pretty good. So
Yeah,
Definitely
it was a throwback to the Universal Studios monster films, the original, the Mummy, Frankenstein, Dracula, werewolf stories that they did back then from Universal Studios. It was interesting because Rich mentioned this is labeled as a Marvel special, right? If you look on the screen there, it says Marvel Studios special presentation. They've never done a special before. So we as an audience had no idea what to expect. Is a special a television series? No, it's only one episode. Is it a movie? No, it's shorter than 2 hours. What is it? It's kind of between a television show and a movie.
Yep.
Um,
Short film.
It felt like a film in that you had a complete story, even though it was less than an hour and a half. Right? I don't feel like I was cheated in terms of time because it was so well done, so engaging. They throw you into the story. There's not a lot of development of backstory, and it's not necessary. They just jump into the story. Brilliantly done. It's hard to do that with these comic book properties because there's so much history involved. But they just cut out all the fat and just jump into the story. And the audience, I think Marvel figured out, or the director of this film, this presentation, figured out you don't have to sit there and make every single property an origin story and go through 70 years of lore. Sometimes you can just jump in and let the audience figure it out. Stick to the story, and the rest of it will just kind of follow. I really enjoyed it a lot. And I hope Marvel does more of these special presentations because it gives an opportunity for them to explore these random characters that may not be worthy of an entire $200 million budget movie or be worthy of an entire season of television, but you can explore these other characters and give them their shine and do something special with them.
Hey, Paul, and the amazing thing about this was it's directed by somebody who's a composer. Michael, what's his name? Giacchino. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. He's a composer. He's not really a director.
Really?
Yeah. That is the amazing thing to me. And his love of old school horror that came through from the get-go. I really like the black and white, heavy on dialogue versus action, especially in the beginning. Just a great throwback. I really loved it.
Yeah.
And it was also a good introduction for us comic heads who read the stories of the Bloodstones, introduced Ulysses and Elsa. Yeah. So it was pretty cool.
And Man-Thing. They made Man-Thing work somehow.
Yeah. That was a real special treat to see Man-Thing for sure. So we got what they and basically what they're telling us is, we're going to eventually get, Midnight Suns. Marvel's going to go a little deeper down the rabbit hole with their occult stuff. So, Paul brought up Dr. Voodoo or Brother Voodoo earlier, and I expect Brother Voodoo to show up in one of these shows because it makes just that much more sense that he shows up in this kind of genre. How will he show up? We don't know. But I'm willing to bet that they go the occult route in this vein, starting Werewolf by Night. It was funny too because we thought that the werewolf was initially in Moon Knight, because there's a scene in Moon Knight in the trailer where Moon Knight is beating the snot out of somebody, and a lot of us thought that it was the werewolf because that's another popular Moon Knight story too, where Moon Knight, the first appearance of Moon Knight is Werewolf 33, the Werewolf by Night 33. So again, a lot of these properties are tied to one another in so many ways. That's why it's important for us to know the comics. We tell you guys all the time, buy the comics or read the comics, buy the comics. So, they help make, our fandom, they enhance our fandom. These shows, they do wonders, what I'm saying? We enjoy talking about them, but we have so much more of a thrill when we actually know what's going on with these stories. So yeah. So that's October for as that goes. What else we got? A lot of stuff happening. Oh, here we go. Here we go. First of all, guys, let me stop right here. I want a moment of silence because Black Adam, Black Adam is like Marlo. He was king for a little while
Wow.
until he wasn't.
Wow.
Until he wasn't. I mean, look, we were all excited. We went to the theaters. We had our popcorn, our $25 slushy, Paul, and we enjoyed Dwayne The Rock, the Hugh Johnson, do his thing on screen. We saw the first superhero to kill a person on screen, courtesy of Black Adam. But like all things in America, the math just wasn't mathing.
I don't get that because
I don't either.
the movie reportedly took $250 million to make. It made what, $700 million? Something like that.
Like I said, the math ain't mathing.
I figure if you make over
It wasn't like it was in the red. It may not have made as much profit as it hoped, but the movie was not in the red. And it's the first of its kind. I really think James Gunn is making a mistake by not continuing this character. This movie was important to me personally, not because I'm a Black Adam fan, because I'm not. I'm a Rock fan. But I love the fact this is the first mainstream superhero movie from the big two that had a majority cast of color in a super team. First one. Marvel's had over 10 years of films, and they haven't done that yet. So shout out to DC for doing that. Shout out to Dwayne Johnson for getting it done, because I'm sure in his original pitch and script, that was probably not part of the plan. And he made that happen. And I think he really had a vision for where the DC universe could take things. And because DC is a mess and it's changed hands, all of his plans are now getting thrown to the wayside, and that's a shame. Not to mention, as Rich said, it was a good popcorn flick. It was a good popcorn flick. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. It's a shame to see that not come back happen again.
Let me say this, man. Let me. Y'all got to give me a second because I need to say this. James Gunn is still working for Marvel. James Gunn is still working
Derek,
for Marvel.
can you please do our disclaimer,
that.
please? Can you?
I was not expecting
All
that.
Oh, Jesus.
Do what you.
There you go, Red. There you go.
This is what's going to get us sued someday.
Now, let me say this because, now, Brooklyn, you've been calling me a hater the whole night. I'm not a hater, bro. I love all these characters. That's why I say the stuff I say. But here's the deal. Okay, James Gunn has been sent in. He is a mole. He is going into DC to sabotage DC. Because what does he do? First thing he does is like, okay, Boy in Blue. You know what? Henry Cavill. I like you, man, but I'm writing a script, and we need a younger guy to play Superman. So you're gone. He then turns around and says, hey, Mr. Rock, I know you like Black Adam, but I'm not really feeling that. We're going to go with this goofy white kid that plays Shazam. I like him and the white girl, and I mean, with the white, with not the white girl, the black girl, Darla Dudley. We're going in that direction. We don't want a violent superhero or anti-hero. We're going to get rid of you too. That's killing DC. Okay? He is playing, I'm telling you, I don't know what the check was that he got. Kevin Feige is an evil, mad scientist. He really is. I'm telling you, he sent Trojan horse.
Kevin
He sent
Feige is an AI in a basement somewhere. They demonstrated that in She-Hulk.
He sent that dude over there to just, you know what? Look, here's the thing about DC. It's literally a house of cards. All you got to do is walk over and tap it. It's going to fall over. No, he sent somebody to burn it down.
Louisiana Kid said we went a whole 2 hours without a disclaimer. I think that's a record. I mean, we were
It is.
so
Hour
far.
and a quarter.
So
Imani said, "Was Black Panther? What about Black Panther? That was a cast of color." I didn't say cast of color, Imani. What I said was superhero team. This is the first major person of color superhero team from one of the big two movie companies or comic book companies.
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it's a shame because it's gone. Aldrich Hodge will probably not get a chance to play Hawkman again. He literally made that character intriguing.
He made him interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hawkman has been on screen twice before in television. Neither one of them was impressive.
So it is what it is. And so again, why are they doing this? I have no clue. Because you're not going to win anybody over with Shazam. You're not going to win a whole bunch of people over with listen. Suicide Squad is a nice popcorn film, but nobody's chasing after those books, let alone those stories.
Gordon,
you got to do something.
Nice.
I don't know what they're going to do. It's just for me, they pulled the rug from under the rock. Underscores the importance of us having our own IP. Absolutely, I agree. But
Dwayne might have to do this on his own. He would have to do another one, and he have to fund it himself. That'd probably be the only way.
I wouldn't want to mess with DC because look, he literally The Rock literally probably had to call Henry Cavill himself and say, "Hey man, I want you in the movie." Then because Henry Cavill says they had him to make an announcement. Just show how janky they over is at DC. They had him make the announcement that he was putting on the big blue. What did they do? The ink wasn't even dry on the contract. Goodbye.
Dwayne Johnson's a smart guy. I think I suspect that he's hedging his bets. If you notice in his comments about that he puts on Twitter and what have you, he always says, "I'm happy for the success of not only DC, but of Marvel." Why is he constantly also saying, "Shout out to Marvel Comics and your success as well"? I think he's hedging his bets because there's nothing precluding him from playing a superhero in the DC universe, in the Marvel universe, right? He's Dwayne Johnson. The only reason Black Adam got the numbers that it did is because of him.
Yeah, of course.
So imagine if you already have an established franchise in Marvel who is always going to automatically have an audience no matter what they put out. And then you bring the world's greatest action star in a Marvel film. I don't see how he doesn't make $1 billion.
No. Well, like I said earlier, Paul, the math just ain't math. And with that said,
Rock plays the only question.
Let us move along.
The MCU is the only question we should have for ourselves at this point.
Let us move on to the next offering. We're gonna love this one.
Hey, just a minute though. So, Rich, it was
I
brought
was
to our
just
attention
thinking that Lord of Brooklyn, Ares. I was literally just thinking that. He would be a tremendously wonderful Ares.
So, did we skip She-Hulk? I think we did. I think we missed that one on our list too.
When did it come out in October?
Okay, She-Hulk started in what, August?
August. Yep.
It was in August. Oh, I thought it was October.
Okay. Well, shout out to Jennifer Walters.
Mhm.
I enjoyed She-Hulk. It was very, very entertaining. I thought the CGI left something to be desired.
Yeah, I mean,
But I
that's
mean,
really my
overall,
only criticism was the CGI, because even when you compare Jennifer Walters CGI versus Bruce Banner's, like Bruce
Yeah.
Banner's Hulk looked more real than She-Hulk did for some reason. I don't know why. I really don't know why. But that was literally my only criticism. I love that show.
Mhm.
You know
I
what's
thought it
funny
was
though, Paul?
funny.
We'll be honest with you. You know what's funny? I think they did that on purpose.
What?
I'm just being honest, because I'm like, you're Marvel. You're owned by Disney. I mean, Mickey Mouse is Mickey Mouse farts and money comes out of his pocket. Right? You could do better. You could do better than what she deserved better as far as the CGI is concerned. I mean, I understand it's a show and you don't have the same budget as a movie, but this is a Marvel property. I don't get it. But I mean, to me, it was so off that it felt like, okay, it's almost like they were telling a joke. And we were in on the joke, so to speak. And the reason why I say that too is because when it got all the way up to the last episode and she meets Kevin. Is it Kevin? Yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin.
Mhm.
The android or whatever it is.
That was a welcome surprise. Shout out to Cody Ziegler for writing that episode too, by the way.
Mhm. And he was in it.
I mean, it was just funny. I mean, you literally saw her drive up to the thing. I want to see Kevin. Who? Like,
that was probably one of the most meta things I've ever seen Marvel ever do in the MCU.
Yeah. And shout out to them for making Charlie Cox, aka Daredevil, do the walk of shame.
It wasn't a walk of shame.
So petty. So petty. Shout out to them making Daredevil move like Daredevil.
Mhm.
Did you see the way he was doing the flips and all that stuff that he was doing? Look, I love the Daredevil Netflix television show. Thought it was brilliant. It's probably the best thing Marvel's done in terms of television. But the Daredevil that you saw on the She-Hulk show, the way that he moved, that is much more like what I envision Daredevil to be from the comics. I thought that was really well done. And
I'm curious as to what they're going to do. I'm curious as what they're going to do in terms of the Daredevil Born Again series.
Yeah,
because it's 18 episodes. 18.
That's a lot of episodes. That's almost
a lot
twice,
of episodes.
Twice what they normally do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so it's like, they really going in, but they got the right guy. Charlie Cox is an amazing Daredevil. So it should be entertaining.
I hope they're not short episodes.
Well, here's the thing. I hope that it's called Born Again. I'm hoping that they do the Frank Miller Born Again run, because if they do that, it's going to be pretty amazing. For those of you that don't know, if you want to read Daredevil, of course, Chip Zdarsky's Daredevil, the current run is great or whatever. But if you want to read a classic Frank Miller Daredevil story, Born Again is incredible. You should go get that. You should go read that. Find the trade or whatever. It's a pretty dope story. Pretty deep. It goes into a lot of different things in terms of deconstruction of characters, but it also deals with faith. It deals with a whole lot of different things. It shows you what to do when you screw up and how to come back. If that makes sense. So yeah. But anywho, Derek, what time is it, bro?
Is it time for another commercial?
Oh yeah, it's time for commercial. It's time for drawing. Why don't we do a drawing first?
All right.
Who's
we
up?
got a drawing coming up.
I think
yes, sir. It's
right?
on you.
All right. Let's see. What are we gonna do? We haven't gotten to that yet. Okay. All right. We'll do this one. So, I know we haven't gotten to our major events for comics yet, but one big event this year was the introduction of a new character in the Black Panther series. in Black Panther #3. So I'm going to give away the second print, first cover appearance of Tosin, Black Panther #3.
That's what's up. That's a key book, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a key. It's a key.
That is
still going for rent money on eBay.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we remove Bryant Wilson from?
I don't have a way to remove anybody. You know, he's in there. I don't know how many YouTube accounts he has, but you know, he might have his name in there more than once. That's all I can say.
You know
Louisiana
what?
Kid says he has. Shout out to Louisiana Kid. He says he's got 4 different YouTube channels, YouTube accounts, and he subscribed to us on all 4. So I'm not saying being a subscriber helps you win, but
we're just saying.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Miriam.
All
right.
Congratulations, Miriam.
Miriam, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe.
Yes, please make sure you subscribe, and please bring along 2 other people to subscribe to, at least 2, maybe 3. All right.
Please,
so Rich,
please,
do another commercial now.
Send us, yeah, well, let her know. Miriam, please send us an email where you want your book sent to blackcomiclords@gmail.com so we can send your book out. Congratulations. And with that, guys, we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be back with 2 shakes of a tail feather. Stay tuned. Go get you something to drink real quick. Come on back.
Yes, sir.
As for myself, I will say this. What I don't want to see in the movie is I don't want the mourning aspect of Chadwick Boseman or Black Panther. I don't want that to dominate this film too much. I don't want this to be a mourning movie. I mean, I know there's going to be mourning in it, but I don't need that. I don't need to see. Give me 10, 15 minutes of that, and then the rest of this has got to be action. If anything beyond that, you know, you're going to be killing. You know, we just had a movie just come out. We just came back from commercial break talking about Black Adam, and that was an action film. I need this to be an action film. So what I don't need is a lot of moody, broody, crying and tearing my beard type stuff. This is supposed to be a Marvel film, which means we're supposed to get that work in. So what I don't want to see is I just don't want to see a dragging on of the loss. I recognize that it's going to be there. I recognize that we're going to get some film time in it. I just hope we don't get a lot of that in the movie. When you go to an art museum and you see pictures on the wall, what do you think? I can tell you that a picture cannot audibly speak anything. Yet you will be challenged to find something, however, that doesn't speak louder. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. And that is how I justify buying black books at times solely for their covers. Sure, I would love for the story inside to be amazing. I would love for the writing to capture my attention and hold my thoughts for ransom. Yet I have experienced a world of story in an image. I am drawn in by drawings and pulled in by paintings, not having an inkling of the message communicated by the ink. For my mind has made up its own mind, and it has told me it does not care what the artist creates, for I, a created being, see me in the work. I see my babies, I see my ladies, I see my brothers, I see my fathers, I see my people, I see my equals, I see everything and anything and something completely different from you and you too. We see the same shapes and colors, but not the same images. Beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder, for I beheld a canvas that canvassed my heart and mind. giving me peace, giving me sadness, and giving me anger, giving me love, and giving me hope. So when I see comic books with a face like me, I see a story where half the story has yet to be told. Because truly, it can't. After all, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
I have never actually seen that last Bitter Root cover with Malcolm X on the cover.
Yeah, so there's a story behind that one, Paul. So it was a blank cover, and let's see, Mighty MLV on his show, it's Drunken Chat Son, which is probably just about to start right now. They had a cover contest, and for Bitter Root, and that was the winning cover about a year and a half ago. But that was just such a great cover, felt like it was a good one to include.
That's dope.
Yeah, man. You gotta love them covers, man. Gotta love them covers.
Mhm.
So we are still in October, I think it is. I think Andor, or we did pass up Andor. Andor is I guess you could say it's connected to Rogue One, the movie, which makes this in fact a prequel. And appreciate that behind the scenes. Thank you, sir. Andor is dope show. I think a lot of people, it surprised a lot of people, including yours truly. And I'll be honest with you, I think that I initially thought that Star Wars was doing too much. And while all of the prequels or trilogies that Star Wars put out, to me, by far, Rogue One was the best. And, this follows it up or whatever, right? And so, he basically, it's a story about what it means to be a hero. If you love Star Wars, you will find your fandom, your geekdom in this show. There's a lot to it. I think they already greenlit season 2, I want to say.
They did.
Huh?
They did, yes.
Yeah. So, again, they keep putting out this product and it's been pretty good. It helps me to have hope about the Acolyte when it comes out, because they really have not missed. When it comes to their shows, they haven't missed. I don't know if you guys are, too much for the Star Wars anime stuff, but if you watch The Great Batch, or The Bad Batch, I'm sorry.
The Bad Batch.
That's another
That
good
was a
one.
pretty good cartoon. Pretty good. You know what I'm saying?
I hesitate. I cringe when you say that it was a good cartoon. Because
you like it?
No, that's not what I mean. It's not a cartoon. It's an animated series. And there's a distinction in saying that. Because when you think cartoon, and I think that's kind of why a lot of people haven't watched it, is they look at it and they think that it's a cartoon.
Derek, run my
Run again.
Disclaimer, Derek. Yeah, run it again.
All right. Well, let me find it. Here we go. All right, there you
go. you say animated, I say cartoon. I say Star Wars, you say Star Trek. Tomato, same thing.
Now I get the need for the disclaimer. Comparing Star Trek and Star Wars is just blasphemy.
All right, school is Paul. School is Paul. School is Paul.
Action figure, doll.
You are
doll.
About to get struck down by a bolt of lightning for your blasphemy.
I like the way
he is turning over in his grave, and he is going to haunt your house tonight.
I like the way you put that, Tamiko. It's not a cartoon; it's an animated show. Okay, bro.
It is. It's an animated show, and if you take yourself out of the idea that it's a cartoon, and you realize that it is literally just a television series that so happens to be animated, it takes on a different tone, because
Dope, man.
tonally it's not a kiddie show. I mean, they kill people. It's like there's adult themes in these things. But Andor, for me, it wasn't about a hero's journey as much as it is about the concept of revolution, about objecting to tyranny, to authoritarianism, and objecting to, um, the status quo. How do you formulate a revolution? I mean, I was a political science major in college, and one of the classes I took was Revolutions in the Modern World. And I find that the themes that you see in the show and how a revolution is formed and what are the seeds of that at the grassroots level, that's what the show is really about. It's very fascinating. It's in essence the overall theme of Star Wars, right? If you de-emphasize the star and you focus on the wars, how do wars begin? That's what Andor is about. How did the war in Star Wars begin?
Right.
I thought it was brilliant.
And that's a good job
they
by
never
Paul.
once mentioned Jedi or Sith. There's not a single lightsaber on the show.
Hey, Paul, hold on a second. There we go.
I don't even know what that means, man.
Listen, Paul hadn't cracked open that bottle. That's why he's talking all eloquent tonight.
The bottle's been open, bro. I've been pouring off screen. I don't want to promote,
They say Rich is going into a comic shop looking for every fight there is. No, I'm not, bro. I'm just having fun, jokey jokes. Just jokey jokes. But yeah, Andor is a dope show, and so guys, if you're not watching that, you should go, binge it. If you don't have, now here's the cool thing about it. I think that for a limited time, if you don't have Disney Plus, if you have Hulu, you can watch the first couple of episodes, I think, for free on Hulu, if I'm not mistaken. So
I want to say even YouTube might have the first episode for free.
Yeah.
On the Star Wars channel.
Hey, Paul, help me out here. I have tried starting this show 2 times now, but I can't get halfway through the second episode. And maybe it's because I'm not paying close attention and I'm doing other things and just trying to halfway watch. Do you have a recommendation for me?
Don't think of it, or ignore the Star Wars part. If you're comparing it to Star Wars, you're already at a disadvantage, because other than the title Star Wars, it's not really a Star Wars show. It's really a sci-fi show talking about uprising against an authoritarian regime. That's all you need to know. There's no backstory needed. There's nothing about Jedi. There's nothing about Sith. There's nothing about Han Solo, Princess Leia. None of that exists in this. It's simply a sci-fi show about uprising against an authoritarian regime. That's the only plot that you need. And if you view it as more of an espionage show or a period piece on that concept, then it makes it much more understandable.
Got it. Thank you.
So what's our next thing? We're in September. Do we really need to talk about this?
Hey, Wakanda forever.
I'll let you all. Y'all know my feelings on this movie.
Domingo, now you were a super fan of this film, so why don't you talk about a little bit about how much you enjoyed this film and your thoughts on it.
Okay, well, I've seen it twice already, and I'll probably go see it again before it goes out of the theaters. Again, if you really want to know how I felt about it, we have 2 shows that we talked about nothing but this. But this was a beautifully shot movie. I was able to ignore the plot baubles.
Of which there are many.
Namor is hot. And so is Sherry. That's all you need to know.
You know what's funny though? There are. This might be the DVD to get.
Say it louder, Lord of Brooklyn. Say it louder.
Now now you talking about I've been drinking haterade all night, Lord of Brooklyn. His hate is very vitriol right now. He can't stand this movie. But back to what I was saying. Now they shot film and footage of Shuri and Namor in a kind of romantic setting. It didn't make the film. It was on the cutting floor.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, they went there. Mm-hmm. They tried to make them a love interest. So when the DVD come out, y'all, y'all gonna have some more. Y'all gonna have some more to talk about. Look at that old country song, something to talk about. Y'all gonna have a whole lot. You know, it was kind of implied with it. What was you saying?
I said I got the poster and I'm waiting on my Blu-ray, and I'm waiting on the frame to put my poster behind me. So
and so, you know, again, this movie is over $800 million. It's creeping to $1 billion. I'm hoping it makes it to $1 billion. Mm-hmm. But you know, it made its money, and I think Coogler did what he could with it. I've seen the film twice. The second time I watched it, I got to be honest, I think I told you guys I saw the movie with my wife. I cried more the second time.
You cried?
I did. Jesus. I did. I mean, because I think part of it was, one, I knew what was going to happen, and at the same time, it was kind of like it still hit me in the feels, especially when Queen Ramonda died. That part, that scene in the movie, I stand by what I've said. When I first saw that in the movie the first time, it triggered me, and it triggered something in my mind, in my heart, going back to what happened in Louisiana during Katrina, when all of those people drowned. It's one thing to like put it in a story and say, well, all the people in Wakanda drowned, right? That's fictional. But Katrina really happened, and the levees broke. And so when you think about how Namor and the Talokan flooded Wakanda, you know what I'm saying? It took me to that scene, because I remember that time when it happened. I remember seeing a lot of people from New Orleans in Houston, because they had nowhere to go. They had no home to go back to. And then watching the levees, the day the levees broke, Spike Lee's documentary. And when she's face down in the water like that, that triggered, that was triggering for me. Because I remember seeing that in the documentary, somebody floating in the water like that, an American city, that something like that could happen. And know that, you know what I'm saying, even though this is a work of fiction, it took me there for whatever reason. It just did. And so when you think about the pain and the loss that Shuri went through, not only just us as fans or whatever, whether we like the movie or not, it was a very, very powerful movie. Could it have been different? Absolutely. But it will be in the lexicon as is. And of course, for those who don't know, Coogler kind of laid out his original vision.
Oh God.
and so that's the reason why Paul is not commenting on this, because it probably sunk him a few more inches of that bottle he got.
Okay, all right. So I've sat through enough of this, and you're calling me out by name, so now I got to comment on it. Where do I start as to how bad this film is? I could have written a better script in a weekend. I'm not even exaggerating. I put money on that. I could have easily have written a better script than what was done in this film. Number two, I am tired of black trauma porn. I'm tired of it. This movie is riddled with that. Didn't like that. Number three, the fact that we have to actually start by saying, you know, great sci-fi, great effects, you know, beautifully shot, helps me skip over the plot points. No, we do not give a participation trophy for doing a bad plot and script problems. You don't get a pass for that. These are experienced filmmakers at this point. There's no excuses for that. Yes, I understand they filmed it in the pandemic. Yes, I know they had to rewrite the entire script because of Chadwick's passing. May his soul rest in peace. But some of these choices had nothing to do with that. Rich mentions the interview or release of the interview that Ryan Coogler made of his original script. They always intended for T'Challa to be a baby daddy. That was in the original script. So let me get it straight. You consciously made a bad decision, not because of Chadwick's passing, but because that's what you wanted. That made me hate this movie even more. And understand, I did not want to hate this film. I specifically, before this movie was released, if you could go back and play the tapes, I specifically said, I'm going to give this movie a chance because I enjoyed the first film. Despite its flaws, I enjoyed the first film. It's one of my favorite Marvel films. And I wanted to have faith that the people that put together that film would do right by us in the second one. I went in there with an open mind. They let me down. They not only let me down, they took a flamethrower to the original concept. You have, and this was in a chat in one of the posts in their space this week, where I'm talking about the fact. I think it was my post. It was my post, as a matter of fact, where I talk about the original script, and I said they always had the idea that he's going to be a baby daddy, and somebody said, I think it was Stevante McClary, not to put you on blast, bro, but he was like, well, you know, that's just reality, because why is it such a big deal that T'Challa was an unwed father? Because it happens in our society all the time. And someone responded, but that's the whole point, is that this is supposed to be about Black exceptionalism, right? This is supposed to be what we project ourselves to be in the best sense. That's what T'Challa is. He is the projection of what we could be, unfettered by our history as Black people in this country, right? He's supposed to be better than that. So having those themes, we could have done better. We could have done better. Anyone who thinks that we couldn't have done a better film than that is being intellectually dishonest. Test me on it, and I'll prove you wrong. This could have been a better film. That's all I got to say about it. I don't want to talk about this film anymore. Let's move on to the next one.
He's making an OG call. He going to the next one. What's happening in December? We're in the last month.
Hey, guess what? We're through the movies.
Oh, okay, that's it for the movie. So now we're going to transition to
guess
comics.
What? It is yet again time for another giveaway. I think we're a little bit behind.
For another giveaway. Yo, all right.
Who's
so,
up? I think Rich.
Rich?
I think I'm up. Yes.
All right.
So I'm going to switch it up a little bit. And I'm going to give away a trade. I know some of y'all don't like the word trade, but I do. And since I'm giving away one of my books out of my personal collection, you getting a trade.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second, Rich? Because you just made a comment that I have to follow up on.
Okay.
I have a long track record. When I make mistakes, one of the things I like to do is admit that I make a mistake once I finally realize I made a mistake, which is obviously not that often. But I made a mistake. I have often have a track record of disparaging people that get trade paperbacks because I'm an old school comic book purist, and for me, floppies is king. But someone pointed out to me recently the fact that floppies are the collection of floppies, particularly when you're getting them as back issues. And I'm speaking specifically on back issues. Do not do the creators a service, because when you're buying them from a secondhand store or eBay or what have you, back issue bins, the original artist, creative team, writer, they don't get any kickbacks for that. They don't get any royalties from that. And the comic book companies don't get any idea that the character is becoming more popular. So trade paperbacks, particularly if you do pre-orders, are very, very important, because that's an opportunity to not only give back some royalties to the creators that created that book, but also lets the comic book companies know that this is a character they need to invest more in. So I will, as my New Year's resolution for 2023, no longer disparage the collection of trade paperbacks. Go for it.
All right. You heard it first here now. So, guys, what I'm going to give away right now is a trade. But this trade is by one of my favorite artists. Everybody loves Alex Ross.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to give away an Alex Ross book, who does the cover on this trade, and he does some writing. This is like a pet project for him. But back in, I want to say 2014, I think this is when he put this out.
It's got to be Marvel.
No. That's not even a Marvel book. This is a Dynamite book. This is called Bring the Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
This is called Bring the Thunder. This is a Alex Ross comic book. This is actually 4 issues in this. It's about a soldier from Afghanistan named Wayne Russell. And yeah. Uh-oh. Who kicked me out? Did somebody kick me out?
No, you're still here. We still see you.
Just frozen. You're still
okay,
here.
for whatever reason, it doesn't look like I'm good.
No, we hear you, bro. Your screen is frozen, but we can hear you fine.
Okay, because
keep talking.
It just seemed like it kicked me out. Now it says I'm entering the studio. But if you guys can hear me, great. But anyway, this is a 4-issue mini, and I think you guys will enjoy it. It's a great story. It's a Dynamite book. It's independent. We've been talking about Marvel and DC all night, so I thought I would switch it up and want to give this book away. So let me see if I can get back into the studio. Okay.
Yeah, well, while we're waiting on you, we'll go on and do the drawing.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's swap this out. Okay, here we go. Actually, I'll refresh one more time. It says 19 entries. I know we have more than that. Let's go.
Let's hope we get somebody new this time.
Gordon.
All right. Congratulations, Gordon. As Rich has been saying all along, and this goes for anybody who's won, all you need to do is email us at blackcomiclords@gmail.com. blackcomiclords@gmail.com. Send us your name and address so we can get the books out to you. And be sure to mention what you won. We are trying to keep track of that, but if you could help us keep everything straight, that would be great too. And yours, I think, was Bring the Thunder? Is that
Bring the Thunder. I got it.
Thunder. Okay.
And shout out to Gordon Mahan. He's always been a very staunch supporter of us. He's here every week whenever we do our lives. You're a very worthy recipient.
All right. Hey, Bryant said he sent 2 emails. We got you, Bryant. We got you.
He wants to make sure he gets his books.
All right. So we'll
so what are we next? We're doing thing number 3, right?
Yeah. So actually moving to comics now. I know Rich is still trying to get back on screen. Can you hear us, Rich?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. Looks like.
Okay.
All right.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do a quick? We'll do a quick commercial, and let you try to fix that, and then we'll see where we are on the other side. How's that sound?
Okay.
All right. Let's see what we're going to queue up here. Okay, that one doesn't want to play. So let's do a different one then.
Rich's poor Texas internet is infectious.
Tragic.
Texas, where everything's bigger and better except for your bandwidth.
All right, here we go.
I was starting to write comic book stories in and around the world of Asunder and this character Niobe and a lot of the other heroes and villains and gray areas in between in that world. And I was pitching different comic companies, and a lot of them it just kind of felt like they were like, okay, this is great. We can use this as a Black History Month release. And it felt very kind of vapid and hollow, and it had no depth of weight. They were just interested. It felt like in checking a box to please a shareholder or to please a moment. They didn't actually, and it was very surface, and they had no interest, therefore, in the depth of character, the storytelling. In addition, they didn't really give a about the representation, excuse my language, but it was like more about the checking a box rather than the need for representation or the desire there or for it, or then the levels and layers within the storytelling, the narrative of the characters and what they were experiencing. So I was like, okay, I guess, so shout out to those guys. Thank you so much. Because without those guys, I wouldn't have started Stranger Comics, another company. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to create, but I was exhausted after running a record label. But thanks to those guys, I needed to protect the integrity, the dignity, and the nuances of Niobe and who she was and who she would become. So.
What's up, y'all? Billy used to sing about southern trees bearing strange fruit, while Paul Laurence Dunbar explains that we should wear the mask to conceal our tears and sighs, while they hide behind bedsheet hoods, being up to no good. Spawn issue 30 is about Al Simmons finding himself in the Deep South, asking forgiveness from an ex-wife. Love be like that sometime. Anyway, Spawn finds himself in the middle of Klan country. And I guess this night, they gave the cross the night off and decided to burn down a brother's property. Spawn walks up on this and the man immediately takes him for an enemy. But you know that old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well, Spawn spins a yarn for the brother to let him know that he's had his share of dealing with Mr. Charlie and sellouts, namely his boy Terry, who just so happens to be with his ex-wife. But that's another story for another day. So Spawn goes looking for trouble, dressed in Klan robes, and he finds himself swinging from one of those southern trees that Billy was singing about. But you know, you can't kill someone that's already dead. And let's just say Spawn exacts his revenge for the brother he met and for himself by an unmasking of his own. So check it out. If you like the video, please share and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And thanks for watching. Peace.
All right. Rich, we have you back.
All right.
Sound check. All right. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Rich, can you hear us?
We back?
Yep. Can you hear us?
We're back.
Okay, I don't hear nothing.
Uh-oh. Okay. Hey, so while we're waiting on Rich, then just we forgot to mention we do have a grand prize drawing at the end of the show. Um, so stick around for that if you can. We're going to cover some other books. But I think one other thing we can do while we're waiting for Rich to catch up is we did fall behind on our giveaways. So why don't we do another giveaway? And
Right.
Tamiko, yep, you want to handle
I got it.
it? Okay.
I got you. So this one's going to be a little nicer one, a little different, because of course I'm in my Marvel and DC bag. But this is from a title from one of my favorite indie studios, and it's called Boom Studios. So I love just about all of the comics that come out of Boom Studios, but I don't love any of them more than I love Abbott. In this right here that I'm setting up, you get the second series of Abbott, Abbott 1973. You get the whole series. So you can get the story of the intrepid lightbringer named Elena Abbott, who's also a reporter. And there's a whole lot of supernatural stuff going down in her town. So you'll get to read how she handles that. So this here is Abbott 1973, issues 1 through 5. And you know what? I might even throw in some other Boom Studio stuff. We'll see what happens.
All
So,
right. That's a good looking set there. All right. So as before, let me just a quick check. Rich, can you hear us now?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So we'll go on and do this drawing and see who wins this time.
I'm rooting for you, frustrated fan.
Oh,
JT
JT Comic Books.
Comics.
All right. Congratulations, JT Comic Books.
Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up.
all right.
All right. So we will resume moving into comics now.
Yep. Please send us an email, JT,
Mhm.
blackcomiclords@gmail.com. Give us your information so we can send your books out. Congratulations again. So, starting in January, the thing is a book. Now, be honest with you guys, the books that we're going to talk about tonight, this is just basically books that came out throughout the year. Some of these books have some significance. Some of them are just books that came out. You know what I'm saying? You might want to go back and pick these up or whatever. But the thing by Walter Mosley was pretty good. And so I'm not a Fantastic Four guy like that, but I enjoyed this because this has black characters in it. As you can see, the young guy and the young lady there in the comic book cover. And Walter Mosley is one of our finest writers. I didn't know that Walter Mosley was a comic head. He's written some other stuff dealing with the Fantastic Four, so he was a natural fit for this book. So back in January, issue 3 came out, and I think, Paul, you may have read it. I don't know if anybody else has read this, but
I have.
the thing is pretty dope.
I am not a fan of the Thing. Early iterations of, as you know, I'm a big Black Panther fan. Early iterations of the Black Panther, when he was interacting with Fantastic Four, the Thing was, quite frankly, what's the word I'm looking for? Racist towards T'Challa. I did not like Ben Grimm as a result. Not a fan of the character. However, in Walter Mosley's hands, the Thing is likable. And on top of all of that, I mean, he humanizes the guy because the Thing's a very human character. That's part of his allure, is that you have someone with this very gruff exterior, but is actually very, very, very human on a myriad of levels. Cody asked, "What is this book about?" So, the Thing, what I don't. It's hard to describe the book without giving away the plot, and because there's some twists and turns. But he gets a new girlfriend, who you see on that cover there, and he gets whisked away on an adventure in which he also meets this young boy that you see on the screen as well. I will say this much: those two people are not what they seem. And in particularly, the identity of that boy is significant. So much so, I would say the final issue of the series is a low grade key to a very important character in the Marvel universe. So, well written book. I actually cared about the Thing, which is a character I don't like. He made me like somebody I didn't like. Well written, expands the Marvel universe, establishes a key. Dope book. Dope book.
Yep. So, rest of the thing in January. Well, what else we got? I think what's next? Okay. The significant book, Black Panther #3, first appearance of Tosin. This is also the 200th issue of Black Panther. A lot of people slept on this book. And a lot of people are upset about it, matter of fact, because one, they weren't expecting a new character to show up in Black Panther. This run was very, very young. It was only 3 issues in by John Ridley. Say what you want about John Ridley or whatever, but he did introduce a new character. And Tosin looked like he's going to be around a while. And he's
trash.
He's a legitimate character. Don't let Paul's coughing fool you guys. You want this in your collection, if for no other reason than it's a key. Okay, but this is what we got in January, beginning of the year.
And all of the variant covers.
Yes.
It's so beautiful.
Yes. Shout out to Alex Ross for doing all of the cover A's for the Black Panther run. He clearly is under contract, because if he'd known that his books would be part of such a terrible story, he might not have. He might have pulled the plug on it.
Literally putting lipstick on a pig. Derek, you might want to run my disclaimer.
We're not going to talk about Black Panther 3 for another hour, my brother.
Derek, run the disclaimer. Please.
This guy.
Uh-oh. Did it disappear?
Oh, my goodness.
I might do this generic one, Paul.
Fine.
There. You're clear now.
John Ridley is an excellent writer. His writing on I Am Batman, which we'll talk about, GCPD, which shout out to Tamiko for putting me on, because I wasn't going to give it a chance, and it was actually a really good book. His history of the DC universe, excellent books. American Way, which he also wrote, excellent books. But he is an absolute terrible writer on Black Panther. I am not going to belabor the point and go through the myriad of ways in which his writing on this book has been absolutely atrocious. But I agree with Rich that this singular issue is a must-have in your, not only your Black Panther collection, because it expounds upon an area of Wakanda that has not been explored, or creates a new area of Wakanda that has not been explored. But it also creates this new character who's definitely going to have a future in the Marvel universe. So it's definitely a key. It's a worthwhile key, and you need to have it in your collection. And these covers are fantastic. I think that the cover that Eric is giving away, that second print, is the one to really have, because that is the one that actually has him on his first cover appearance. The hot one is the second one from on the top that you see there. That's the 1 in 25 variant. That's the one that sold for like $300 on eBay within a week of its release.
You got it at 600 raw.
Yeah, easily. The other hot one is, I mean, the cover A is still, you're gonna pay, probably about $50 for that on eBay. The Joe Jusko, which is the one in the middle on the lower row, is another hot book. That's the one that a lot of people slept on because the cover was not released in the pre-orders, so a lot of people didn't order it. And it came out after the first cover A came out. It came out like several weeks afterwards. So that
I'm
Joe
kind of
Juice
surprised, Paul. I'm kind of surprised that cover isn't even more popular. I mean, I thought because of the
It's rare
combination.
too. It's a lower
Yeah,
print on it.
I think that's the lowest print run of all of them, actually,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I actually have all of these. The one I don't have is the one in 25, but I have all these other ones.
I have the one in 25.
Of course you did.
Imperious Flex.
Imperious Flex.
But
I swear I am making a T-shirt for Derek for his birthday that says Imperious Flex with him as Namor. I've got it all planned out in my head.
Wow.
Thank you, Paul.
That was good. That was good. That was good. Can we move along, guys? We got a lot more books to get to. Strange Academy. This is issue number 15. Shout out to Rico, he in the building. So Strange Academy is one of the best books that Marvel put out. Actually, this is issue 15. That's the cover appearance of Gaslamp. But Strange Academy, one of the reasons why we wanted to take this book because there are a couple of characters that are in Strange Academy that are Black. And so we want to highlight this book here. This is this book is not slept on. The people that know that Strange Academy is a dope book, no. Those of you who don't know, now you know.
This is excellent.
But this Strange Academy has a new run that's out now. They have the same creative team, Scotty Young and Humberto Ramos on it or whatever. But I mean, it's a great book. I mean, Doctor Strange, or I should say Dr. Voodoo, is in it. Zoe Laveau is another character that's in it. So it's got melanin all throughout the book. So you should pick this up for nothing else but the story. I'm hoping
the character on the cover, Gaslamp, is the villain who was introduced in this first full appearance in the issue before in 14. They haven't revealed his race, but he got black tendencies. So
and they down in New Orleans, so it's clearly a possibility.
It's assumed he's black.
Yeah. So check out Strange Academy, guys. Let's move. Let's keep moving. So Nubia and the Amazons. I'm not sure what issue that is. However, but Nubia and the Amazons. This is, I think, the second book featuring Nubia. Actually, I take it back. Yeah, this is the second book because the first book was the Future State book. This is the first iteration of Nubia in a single title, but of course it's called Nubia and the Amazons. Right, and so that came out this year too as well. And she's finally getting some shine. She, has been in a number of books, and they just released a Nubia and the Justice League book. But unfortunately, there are no pre-orders or no foreseen books that are coming out featuring her. But it looks like she's going to be a part of the Justice League in some fashion. But we'll see. Stay tuned for that news.
She joined the Justice League only for them to declare that the Justice League is now disbanded. So
yeah, pretty much. They do what Marvel does.
Black characters.
They do what Marvel does. Let's go. What else we got? I Am Batman. I think this is issue 3. This book here,
done by the renegade outlaw American writer John Ridley.
This book here is written by John Ridley. I Am Batman is a legacy character. We know that Bruce Wayne is Batman. But this iteration, this Batman here, Jace Fox, is a completely separate character in a separate city. They purposely moved him to New York to give him his own identity. They didn't want him riding the coattails of Batman. They wanted to see if he could stand out alone. And John Ridley did his thing and has been doing his thing on his book. So I recommend you check it out. You don't have to like it. I'm just telling you to go check it out. Just read it. I think that a lot of people don't understand that this is a pretty good comic book. I'm a Batman guy.
It is.
As much trash as I talk about John Ridley, I gotta give him his props. I've been his biggest fan on this book. I love his iteration of Jace Fox as Batman. The writing is excellent. The artwork is excellent. What they have done with that corner of the universe. And let me just as a little tangent, just as I may. For those who don't know, Rich mentioned this. Batman Bruce Wayne is now broke Batman. Bruce Wayne has lost his billions. He's only a millionaire, probably little M millionaire now. He doesn't have his billions anymore. His billions went to the Fox family, Lucius Fox. So Lucius Fox now has all of Wayne Empire's money. So their family is super rich. One of the things I really enjoy the concept of is a black super family. And this is important for this book because there's an upcoming issue. I think it's issue 13. It's coming up soon. It's going to be released in the next week or two. In that issue, you're going to have a cover. So check your pre-orders, check your LCS. There's an issue coming out where you're going to have the Fox children cover. You're going to have Batwing. You're going to have which is Luke Fox. You're going to have Jace Fox, which is who you see on this cover here, and you have Tiffany Fox, the younger sister. All three of them are going to be on the same cover. You're going to have a black superhero family on a cover. That's kind of dope. The fact that their father is the genius scientist who bankrolls all of them and gives them their tech is also cool. But this is the aside. There's a book that came out this year that no one's talking about, literally no one. And it's a shame. It's written by Evan Narcisse, who was one of Marvel's best Black Panther writers. He wrote Rise of the Black Panther. The book is called Batman Gotham Knights Gilded City. And in that book, he created a character, a new original black character superhero called the Runaway. The book takes place in the early to mid 1800s in Gotham. And the Runaway is I would assumably a black vigilante who protects freed black slaves, enslaved black people back in the mid 1800s, right before the Civil War, and he protects them on the road. And he goes up against the Court of Owls. It is a slept-on book because it's a B story in Batman Gotham Knights Gilded City. I highly recommend you guys pick up that book. It's really dope writing. It's a dope concept, and he is related to the Fox family to tie it all in. So the Fox family in the DC universe is becoming that family of black superheroes in the DC universe, and if you gotta recognize all that.
Brian Wilson says Iron Batman is ending in February, issue 18. Sorry for the bad news. It's all good. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I didn't think it was gonna go past 12.
Yeah.
I was when they put it out, so I'm not really tripping.
I don't expect any black book to go beyond
18 issues is good with that. And it's interesting too that John Ridley may be getting ready to do something different because he's also ending his run on Black Panther at issue 15.
Hallelujah. Thank you, 6 pound, 3 ounce baby Jesus.
This guy. Anyway, Derek, let's get to the next slide.
Hey, guess what time it is?
It's time for another giveaway.
It's time for another giveaway.
Okay.
All right. So let's see. So Rico, I saw you in the chat. You clued me into this one a few years ago. So we talked about the Black Panther Wakanda Forever, and a character who showed up in Wakanda Forever for the first time is Riri Williams. So I've got this book, which is Invincible Iron Man number 11. And this is from the run that includes Riri's first appearance, whether you think it's 7 or 9. but this is number 11. Now, the interesting thing about this one is it's a second print. And what Rico clued me into is that it has two things important about it. Number one, it's in a four-way tie for the first cover appearance for Riri, because she's right here. And then the second thing is, and Rico helped keep me straight, this is the first time that all these characters appear on the cover together. So you got Riri, and you've got Jane Foster Thor, you've got Miles Morales, you've got Nova, and who am I missing here? I guess Captain Marvel
Captain America.
and Sam Wilson.
Yeah, but
Sorry, Miss Marvel and Sam Wilson.
That cover is Marvel Phase 4 and 5, the Avengers, and they're all on the cover.
Yep.
All those characters are either in the MCU or they're coming.
So two things important about this. Okay, hey, Rico says we're correct. Awesome. So once again, four-way tie for first cover appearance for Riri, and then also basically Phase 4 Marvel showing up in the second print book. So we'll put this one on next for a giveaway and see who's going to win this one.
What?
John Bird. Congratulations, John. Has been very active in the chat. So congratulations. So John, be sure to email us blackcomiclords@gmail.com. Rico saying great book, sleeper book. Ernie saying if Rico recommends it, it's fire. That's exactly why I got a few copies of that a while back. All right. Congratulations. And we will continue.
Okay, so we're going to have to keep moving, guys. Let's just try to fly through some of these books because we got a lot more to get to, and we still got like one or two more giveaways before we get to the grand prize.
I know. Rich wants to fly through this one because of the Ask Card.
We gonna have to fly through it for more than a reason than that. But Nita Hall's Nightmare Blog is one of the best books of 2022, I should say. Written by Rodney Barnes and drawn by Jason Sean Alexander. It's a big book. It's actually, we're, doing this here. This was actually covering the first story arc. And it's an amazing book. It's really an amazing book. The variant covers are interesting. As you can see, the one on the right there with Corson, this Saturday Evening Post homage, if you will. But it's a well-written horror comic. That's the thing about Rodney Barnes. He does, this is the guy that does, say, is it similar to Abbott?
The vibe?
No, the vibe might be, but no, it's a completely different story.
Yeah.
Nita Halls is basically a investigator. She's a professor, but she tends to investigate paranormal activity. People send her notes or whatever, and she investigates what's going on. Me and Derek last year went over, the first story arc with Howland Henry, and that was a great story arc. The story arc that's going on right now, it's been kind of slow. It's been a kind of a slow burn, but it's had some very, very interesting things in it. Anansi is in this book, pretty heavy. They've had some very, very interesting conversations between him and Corson, and there are other demons in this particular story as well. So it's a lot. I don't want to give it away, but I think that you should, pick it up, read it. It's a good, Jason Sean Alexander. Let me give him his props. That guy is very creepy.
That's props.
Rodney Barnes, literally I should say, from a literature standpoint, is creepy. He knows how to write horror comics, but Jason's art on this stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You don't want to read this. You'll be dreaming about this kind of stuff. It's
Yeah,
it's
don't
that
read
good.
it before you go to bed.
It's that good. It's a pretty good, horror comic. Horror back in the 70s and Marvel and DC, whatever, is a joke. This stuff today, nowhere near. Speaking of horror comics, shout out to all of you that supported the Shook Kickstarter. That should be on the way. As a matter of fact, you can pre-order that book as well. It's going to go up for pre-orders on the Second Sight website pretty soon, so look out for that. So yeah.
Hey, Rich,
And
just a few other comments.
and a little edge note there. The only similarities is that Nita Hawes is investigating the supernatural events. Elena Abbott is actually part of the supernatural events because most of it revolves around her. So that will probably be the slight similarity.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll mention, I don't know if Richard mentioned this. Nita Halls exists in the Philadelphia universe,
Yes.
and Rodney Barnes, I think, he has 5 different series that are all part of the Philadelphia universe. So it seems like there may be some convergence, or at least they're in the same universe. And he's already working on the Philadelphia show, and then his second show, if Philadelphia, is strong enough, will be Nita Hall's Nightmare Blog. So just some information he gave us when we interviewed him a few months back.
Right.
And I was actually thinking about auctioning off, or not auctioning, but giving away a 1 per store variant of Nita Hall's #1. So if the chat's interested in that, then let me know, and I'll see if I can dig it out. We can do that one. It was interesting. The 1 per stores, I thought they were gonna, be pretty hot, and the price was pretty low over the course of the last few months. But I looked today, and you can't get one for under $20. So yeah,
Yep.
good book.
Yeah.
Let me know, chat.
All right. Let's keep moving. All right. February yielded a number of books, and one of those books, speaking of horror comic writers, Victor Laval. Victor Laval has written a book called Destroyer, which is a take on the Frankenstein story. You guys should go check that out. But he did a book for Marvel called Sabretooth. And we all know Sabretooth is a mutant. He likes to smack Logan, or AKA Wolverine, around. And he's featured in a single title. And so if you're an X-Men guy or gal, you know that they threw Sabretooth into a pit.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of like David. They kind of threw him in a dungeon, or if that makes any sense. But anyway, they threw him into a pit, and so this book is about what's going on in the pit. Now, I didn't like the price for this book, and Paul knows that. This $5.99 for all of the issues. But from what I hear, it was a very, very good series. Victor Laval, for those who don't know, is also writing a current title called Eve. He's actually writing the second. He wrote the first one, but actually there's a second story called Children of the Moon, I believe that's what it's called.
Studios.
Yeah. And he's writing that as well. So Victor Laval is busy. He's booked, like the rappers would say. He's booked. And this is a story that is intriguing. I got the first issue finally. I picked it up in the dollar bin. So I refuse to pay $6 for a comic book. If it ain't autographed, it ain't Rodney Barnes, it ain't going to get my money. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
If you pre-order, it's cheaper. Listen, this is kind of a slept-on book. I will say this: if you are a fan of the mutant books, the X-Men books, particularly this post Jonathan Hickman Krakoa era of mutants, this really is a must-have book, and I'll tell you why. It's called Sabretooth. It's a bit of a misnomer, because the book's not really about him. It's more about the concept of what is this new Krakoa about? What is the underside of Krakoa? And that's a play on words if you know with the story. What is the underside of Krakoa? That is what this of the Krakoan society. That's what this book is really about.
Mm-hmm.
You truly get to understand what a society is by looking at those that it underserves or those that it takes advantage of. And that's what the story is about. That's what truly the story is about.
Mm-hmm.
Group of misfits who have been left behind by this utopian society of Krakoa, and it really gets to helps you understand what the society is all about. What makes this cool is that they bring back a black character that a lot of people don't even realize is black, called Necra, who was introduced in, I think, Shauna, the she-devil, right? She's
Mm-hmm.
a black vampire. And they bring her back as a character. They also introduce a original black character called Third Eye, who was a former assassin, who you're still learning about. So I really recommend this book. It's well written. It's a good book. And shout out to Victor Laval for just being a dope writer.
All right, let's move along. Marvel Legacy. So
This book is a key.
Marvel Legacy #1 is it's a book that Marvel puts out. It's it's one of those books where they like to put out books that kind of like they have several stories in the book. It's an anthology book, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And I recommend you go pick it up. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it because we're only in February and we're already 3 hours in. So if you guys want to say anything about it, say it now, or let's move on.
This book is a key. Specifically, this cover of this book is a key. For the simple fact, two things. One, it's the introduction of Avengers 1 million BC, which if you're reading Avengers and Avengers Forever, you know how big a deal the original Avengers are. But moreover, there's a new book called Wakanda, talking about the history of Wakanda. And it shook the entire cult of Bass to the core by retconning the origin of the Black Panther and who is the first Black Panther. It's kind of in question now. The character you see on this cover, which is the New York Comic Con variant cover for this book, highly recommend you get it if you can find it. His name is Mosey. We all thought, when I say we, I mean the cult of Bass, always thought Bashunga was the first Black Panther. As it turns out, this character, Mosey from 1 million BC, was the first character to have powers from the heart-shaped herb. I don't want to call him the first Black Panther. I certainly don't want to call him the first king of Wakanda because he was not. Bashunga was the first king of Wakanda because Bashunga still remains the first character who united the 6 tribes under one banner, called it Wakanda. He's the first to do that. But he wasn't the first superpowered being in Wakanda who it took the heart-shaped herb, blessed by Baas, superpowers, etc. This is Mosey. And that's what makes this book a black key. Not a key, a black key, a key. A comic book key.
All right, let's move. Amazing Spider-Man #292, Beyond. This cover here features Monica Rambeau. And this is, for the most part, for me anyway, it was a cover buy. Monica doesn't get a whole lot of shine. She hadn't gotten a lot of shine. She finally got her first title release. We'll talk about that book a little bit later on. But in this particular, in the month of March, this book came out. It's a beautiful cover. And Monica is tied to Spider-Man. So, it's a wonderful thing that she's on this particular cover. And so.
I personally don't think this is strictly just a cover buy. Shout out to Cody Ziegler, who was also, the writer on this book.
It's a cover buy.
I will say it's not just a cover buy, specifically because if you're a fan of Monica Rambeau and read her run in Next Wave Heat, this ties into that storyline and helps to finish off some loose ends and threads that were in that storyline, in that series. They tie it up in this series. It also gives you some just cool moments of Monica using her powers and showing how much she's grown as a character. Monica Rambeau is, quite frankly, one of my favorite characters in the Marvel universe. Period. And sentence. I mean, she's just incredibly powerful, incredibly dope. She's got a lot of history. She's got leadership abilities. She's tremendously undervalued and underserved. And every instance I can see her in, I'm gonna go get it. So let's move on.
Still a cover by. Anyway, next
It's not. It's not.
cover by.
Guess what time it is?
Giveaway time.
Giveaway time. Yeah, I've got another one if nobody else does.
Rich.
I got one. I got my last one.
Okay.
Let's just give the chat right now. Give you guys a heads up. We're gonna do this last round of giveaways. Then we're gonna move to our grand prize. And we've been on here kind of long enough. We don't want to keep you guys waiting forever in a day. So I'm giving away another Tuskegee Airs #1.
How many of those do you have?
I got enough, bro.
Not enough to give you one, Paul.
Really?
But we're gonna give another one of these away, and just take it away, Derek.
All right. Let's go on and see who's gonna get this one.
Can my boy Frustrated Fans get some love?
Austin Crafton, another regular.
Didn't he win already?
No, he did not.
No, he has not.
All right. Well, congratulations to Austin Crafton.
Congratulations, Austin.
Thank you for being a subscriber to the channel.
All right.
Okay.
So let's go to the next one. So what if Miles Morales #1? This is problematic as it may be. Not one of my favorite comics. I still feel this way from the day I first heard it was being launched. Unnecessary. Clearly, Marvel was trying to get in our pockets more than it already is. So they marched this out there. And, it was a what if Miles Morales was a 5-issue mini. Other books were released that were problematic. This was one, quote unquote, one of the better ones. So that's all I'm going to say about that book.
This book was problematic because I almost want to say, Derek, you might want to do a disclaimer on this. Because I'm trying to figure out a politically correct way to say this without getting myself in trouble with Marvel.
How about we just skip over and just keep going?
Just hear me out. For all intents and purposes, this book was putting a black face to white characters as a what if. And that black face is Miles Morales. I wish there was a more diplomatic way of saying it, but if we're keeping it a stack, that's pretty much what this book was. That being said, this first issue, which you have on your screen here, which is written by Cody Ziegler, was really, really good. I actually thoroughly enjoyed this issue. And it was very black. There are a lot of black characters in this book. So shout out to Cody Ziegler on this. Of the 4 issues, this issue was clearly my favorite issue. Clearly my favorite. The controversy came with issue number, was it 3? Right? The Thor issue?
Thor.
No, it was 4. It was 4.
Yeah, I mean, there was 4 issues of this book. 3 of the 4 were written by black writers. The 4th one was not, and that one was a problem. If we're not going to talk about it, I suggest you Google it. I don't want to.
It's on the list. It's infamous. So
yeah.
On the list for
So let's move on.
Spider-Punk #1.
Another Cody Ziegler. Cody Ziegler's been hot this year.
Cody Ziegler book. That's it's a different take on Spider-Man. The art's definitely a little different. It's an acquired taste, but I think it's a dope book. It's like 5 issues.
And so that came out as well. So shout out to Cody Ziegler for this book too.
We really need to interview Cody Ziegler.
I was going to say the
We
same
want to make
thing.
that happen.
Yeah, we need to make that happen. Let's make it happen in January. Let's.
Right.
Let me will it into existence.
Let's move on, guys. Let's move on. It's getting late. So we got X-Men Red by Al Ewing. Al, this is probably the best X title that you can find.
Probably.
That's currently.
Did you just say
on.
probably?
Look, that's currently going on right now. It is the best X book.
Thank you. Thank you for amending your statement.
And that's
It's
all
not
I'm
even
gonna say
close.
about it. It's very, very much a Storm-centered book, and she's not featured in every issue, but she's featured enough to where you think that you could call this Storm, and it'd have been you know.
Don't use words, Rich. Call it what it is.
And everyone.
This book is called Storm and Her Little Friends.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. So, but if you're looking for a dope Storm book to read, or Storm-centered book or whatever, she's got some stuff that's coming out. Storm and the Brotherhood of Mutants. But this will get you. This is what will whet your appetite if you're not reading X-Men Red. Al Ewing is a fantastic one.
Her friends are not so little. Her friends are not so little now.
One little side. There's an issue coming out. I think it's next week. That's a variant of this cover. I did a variant, a Black Comic Lords variant, which is the blackest X-Men cover of all time, and I tagged Marvel on it. And all of a sudden, they took this cover, which I did a variant of, and they did a black version of this cover with no less than 3 or 4 black characters on the cover. Coincidence? I think not. You're welcome. You're welcome.
And we're moving right along. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, y'all. Captain America, Symbol of Truth. Not a fan. Black Falcon. I keep it real.
His respects.
Yeah, I respect the Stars and Stripes, but I need Falcon to be Falcon. And while I can enjoy a comic book that I don't necessarily quote unquote agree with, this is being one of them. I will say that
it's well written.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I need my books to be more than well written. I need my books to make sense. And again, it's like, okay, I can take a book. I can take this. I would digest this better if this was a what if story, versus it being, okay, well, there's 2 Captain Americas. There's Sam Wilson, and they run in. And what I don't like is the title of the book is called Symbol of Truth. And I'm gonna go there. Since you brought me here.
Here we go.
I'm gonna go there. That's all America has done for Black people in this country. It's given us symbols over substance. So
here we go.
Yeah, you won't talk comics. I won't talk reality. The symbolism of Black people embracing the red, white, and blue, a country that has never loved us, a country that has never fully, like in the immortal words of Isaiah Bradley, no self-respecting Black man would want to be Captain America. But here we are. And
here
so,
we are.
You know what I'm saying? So these symbols that they always give us, we're good enough to get a street named after our dead heroes. We're good enough to get a mural on the wall when they kill one of us down in the street. We're good enough to go serve and enlist in the armies and serve and fight and battle and all this other stuff. All of this substance, all this symbolism, very little substance. So no, I don't get misty-eyed over red, white, and blue. I just don't.
Can someone please pass the collection plate?
Yeah.
Message.
So, moving right along.
I will say this. As this book, that Symbol of, go back there. That book, Symbol of Truth, was released at the same time as a sister book with Steve Rogers called Sentinel of Liberty. I would encourage you to get at least that first issue of Sentinel of Liberty, because in that first issue, the true creator of Captain America's shield is revealed. and he is an African scientist. So I thought that's kind of a dope fact, because you have Gabriel Jones, who stole vibranium from Wakanda in World War II as part of a mission with Nick Fury and Captain America. And then shortly thereafter, this African scientist is revealed to be the person who actually created Captain America's shield. Coincidence? I don't know.
Either way,
Moving on.
I'm gonna call him Black Falcon. Blood Syndicate #1.
Second best milestone.
Jeffrey Thorne book. This is the second part of Milestone 2.0. Very, very good book. Very, very good first issue. Of all the Milestone books I've said, this is the Blood Syndicate is the most milestone of the books, because it's literally comes out of no concept other than maybe quote unquote X-Men, but it's literally a book about a gang. When they did the retcon for it, they decided to change it up and make them soldiers from Afghanistan, which is cool.
Two of the members. The rest of it's still a gang.
You know. But either way, they got gang ties. And they tried to, they told a dope story. And so, I mean, I'm a fan of the original Blood Syndicate. I enjoyed this, but I'm an old head, and so I like older things for whatever reason. But it's not a book that you should not have. I recommend that you go get this book. I recommend that you go read it, because it is a fascinating read. The characters are very complex and deep. And, Jeffrey Thorne, he did his thing on this book. So,
and Chris Cross's art is at its pinnacle of beauty right now. His original Blood Syndicate run of art was beautiful and unique. Like, you look at his art and you can tell it's Chris Cross art. His new style that has developed over the last 25 years has gotten even better. And that's saying a lot.
Yep.
And one other thing, shout out that, what was that cover? The ratio cover of Blood Syndicate #1. That might be cover of the year.
The one with Holocaust on it?
Yes.
Yes. That's the one.
I can't believe I didn't put that picture up, but yeah.
That was a cool cover. The other one with Aqua Maria was also another hot cover.
That was another good one.
Dope books. Nubia Coronation Special. So Nubia.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
All right.
Nubia finally gets a crown, and she becomes queen of the Amazons.
All the Amazons.
All of the Amazons.
All of them.
And it was a very. I enjoyed this one shot, because that's basically what it was, one shot. And I just hope that they really give her a real dope story, because I want her to I don't want her to be Batman. The last book that she was in, the Nubia and the Justice League, it's like she couldn't do anything wrong. She didn't have any issues, and I want her to go on a hero's journey. But if you're like perfect and you're flawless, I'm gonna yawn at you, and I'm not gonna like you very much. People need to know that if you are a dope character like she is, I know she is, then, how did you get to that place? Because while you can tell me about, I guarded Doom's door, you say that, but I've never read those books. Right. Those books don't exist. It's something you made up. So for those that write it, whether it be Stephanie Williams, Vita Ayala, or whomever, they need to take us to where, to her humble beginnings, because I stand by what I said. Those Future State books, those are the best Nubia stories I've seen thus far. And that's not to say that these other stories have not been good. Some of them have been okay. But I'm telling you, those were the best stories. The best. I need that fire, And she was in Atlanta, of all places. So, what I'm saying? But yeah, Nubia is a dope character. I hope they do something with her long term. I don't want her to just be on the Justice League, because they have this tendency of putting Black characters on teen books, and shout out to Vixen, who needs her own title as
Yes,
well.
sir.
And this
a couple,
cover is
couple people have made comments about the cover. Go ahead.
a David Mack cover.
David Mack cover.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if is she laying in a bed of flowers or is she dead? Is she asleep? What is she doing?
She's laying in the bed of flowers. I don't want to think negatively.
Listen,
And for those of you wondering if she's doing the Wakanda cross,
I'm
it's
about to
not
say that.
because
No.
the Wakandan cross is right arm over left. She has her left arm over right. That's how you can tell the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Spoken by a nerd, clearly.
I am clearly conveying the facts from as an acolyte of the cult of Bast. Thank you very much.
Oh, too funny. Let's move on, guys.
Here we go.
This is the variant cover that was very controversial.
Mm-hmm.
In that black women can't wear tennis shoes.
They're called sneakers.
Sneakers, tennis shoes, kicks, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
DC don't believe in them because, as you can see, you got to promote it, what they told us they were going to give us, and then you got to publish. That's what they really gave us.
And not only that, Rich, this one right here, you can see this was a minimum order quantity of 250. So any company that ordered this book had to order at least 250 in order to get any, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got that, you got the dope shoes, and as far as I know, I don't think it was communicated that they're going to cut her feet off or her shoes off in the picture.
Yeah.
From what I heard, they did not have the rights to show those shoes, which is why they ended up having to cut it off. Because those are real sneakers.
Can they change them a little bit?
They didn't. They I guess it looked too similar to the actual shoe. They didn't have the rights to it, and that's why they had to cut it off.
Yeah.
That's why when you see Miles Morales on those covers with Miles Morales and he's wearing sneakers and he's dunking basketballs, they're not actual Nikes. They're always changed.
So anyway, I've got another giveaway. So I got one of these copies to give away. Once again, it's still a great cover. Still a minimum order quantity of 250. So I've got that one to give away right now.
All right, let's make it happen.
All right. All right, here we go. Red Thunderbird. That's somebody new. All right, Red Thunderbird. Be sure to email us, blackcomiclords@gmail.com. Make sure you let us know which one you won. And this is the Nubia Coronation Special.
Cool beans.
Ooh, wow. This is on the list.
So, in the month of June, we were treated to this beautiful book. Marvel did a book with Captain America, Spider-Man, and Black Panther. And these were the only three characters that they did this special book for. Penguin,
that in of itself is significant.
Penguin had just come on as a distributor in place of Diamond. And one of the things that they wanted to do was put out this book. Some will tell you that, well, they're getting ready to kill T'Challa, so they need to give us a whole bunch of stuff so we won't feel as bad when they eventually do kill him. We don't know that, be sure, but hey, I'll take this here.
I feel attacked in that statement.
I'll take this here and I'll run with it because this particular volume of books carries some of the Stan Lee stuff, Stanley Jack Kirby, and the GOAT himself, Don McGregor. So it's a lot of good material in this book.
And Billy Graham's art.
And Billy Graham's artwork. So you should pick this up. I'm not sure what it's going for now. Initially, when it came out, it was like $28 on Amazon. But yeah, this is definitely a collector's item. And that's what's up, man.
It is as Gordon says, it is a beautiful presentation of a book. It's just a well-made book, like something that you want to have on your bookshelf, on your coffee table, and it collects some of the best Black Panther stories ever done.
Yep. Definitely a wonderful addition to anyone's library.
Yeah, I've already got all these floppies, but I bought this book anyway because it was just that dope.
Yep. All right, we in June. Let's go. Keep going. Okay, so here is the key. Low grade key, but a key nonetheless. Avengers number 6. Enter Vibranium Man. Not enough we have one Black Panther, but we need a Black Panther with a new suit. And he's called Vibranium Man. So, this was not a quote unquote cover by, though it could be called that. But Avengers Forever, I was not really interested fully in this particular run. But when I did hear that T'Challa was going to be doing a little something different, that they were going to dress him up in, then I'm all
basically
in.
had like several different iterations to T'Challa. There's an Iron Man version. There's sort of a Blue Marvel version of him. And there's one other version. I forget the other version is. But they had like 3 different iterations of T'Challa in this series. And there was also the Wild West version of him as well in this series. And so this is the Iron Man version.
It's funny though, man, because for them to be wanting to try to disparage him and eliminate him, they put him in a whole lot of books.
He is more T'Challa in the subsidiary books than he is in his own title, of which he is made a simp.
Message. Let's keep going.
Oh God, so, we're actually going to go there with this book.
Here. Listen. One thing about being
most controversial book of the year.
One thing about us is, black people. We celebrate. We cherish. We are a people of culture. We love ourselves. We love the images of ourselves. And when we think something is going good, there's always a devil somewhere to remind us, nah, you still them niggas.
Wow.
You didn't give me a warning.
That doesn't get a disclaimer?
I didn't get a chance.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
They we already had issues with the book. Mm-hmm. Then you drop this monstrosity. Mm-hmm.
My Odin's fate.
What if Miles Morales had the power of Thor?
Yo, this book.
I mean, you talk about my man's career. Now, I could have sworn that this was like the 70s. Black exploitation era, maybe. And then the guy who wrote the book, he clearly was tone deaf. And apparently it got so bad for him that he said, you know what, guys, I'm sorry, my bad. I'm just going to donate my salary to a charity.
Yeah. Okay.
This book almost ruined that dude's career. Yeah. I haven't heard any books he's done since.
Yeah. He literally the guy who farted in church and put his finger up to leave. Sorry, my bad. So, I mean, how could you do a book like this and
that's a good question, bro.
Expect to get what was he thinking? That's the question.
Because he thought he was being hip.
Well, he was down. That's the thing, though. I mean, let me ask y'all this: are we so complex that Can I talk about us? Can I talk about us black folk real quick?
Do we need a disclaimer for this?
No, you don't need a disclaimer. I'll keep it PG.
Yeah.
Well, remember, let's talk hip hop. Okay. Now the question is Eminem really that good, or is he just a average MC who happens to be white? And that's a brownie point for him, if that makes any sense.
No, the question you're asking is Eminem a product of the Elvis effect?
Yeah, that point. And
He was the hero the most.
yep.
Take a black product, put it in whiteface, make $1 million.
What was the term on Atlanta? YWA?
Yeah. Young white artist.
Young white avatar.
White avatar, yeah.
That's right.
But I mean, here's the thing. The reason why I brought that up was because when white guys come into black traditional spaces, whether it be music or whether it be dance or whatever it is, and they are able to do it to some degree, we have this thing where we clap hard for them. And we think that they really rock with us until they don't. And so I'm asking myself, what was this guy, if he was going for that punch, hey man, I'm gonna put this Hammer time in here. I'm gonna get him with the MC Hammer reference. Get it? And it fell flat.
So flat.
So I'm just trying to figure it out. Because, one of my favorite white comedians is Bill Burr. Bill Burr is hilarious. And Bill Burr, he pushes the envelope, but he recognizes his whiteness. He knows that black people rock with him or whatever, but he recognizes his whiteness, and he doesn't take advantage of, if it makes any sense. And so it's like, this guy is like writing this story. He's trying to be clever. He's trying to be cool. He's trying to make Miles, something that he's not. And we talk about it in our space all the time. Can white writers write black books? And clearly they can, because we just talked about Don McGregor a while ago with Black Panther. There are guys that can do it. But then you got this monstrosity, and it's like, maybe somebody should take your pencils from you. It makes no sense to me. But, he said, bro had Odin wearing Timbs. Yeah. No, I mean, it was just crazy. It was crazy. But, it will forever go down in history as one of those, bad mistakes. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So let's move on. Miles Morales, Moon Girl. I will say this. Miles clearly is Marvel's go-to guy. Some people think that Miles doesn't sell, but why are they keep putting Miles in these other books if he's not selling? It makes no sense to me. So he's got to be doing something. I enjoyed the Miles, the Moon. To me, these are Moon Girl books because she does this book with Miles Morales. This was the first one. She did one with the X-Men. I think she did one with the Avengers, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And so the Miles Morales Moon Girl was the best one, in my opinion. I enjoyed all of them, but I do think this was the first one was the best one. And, Moon Girl's a dope character. Team her up with Miles. I wasn't completely sure, but I was wondering, I was like, how many black superheroes or black characters, whatever you want to call, or had a team up name in the title? I couldn't think of any other than this one.
That's a good
This is
point.
an aberration.
That's a good point.
So I think it has a little history to it. You know, and again, it's Lunella Lafayette. You know,
And this was pretty much a run up to her new series. I think the
yes,
first issues already came out.
right,
So
right.
this was basically let's reintroduce Moon Girl to the Marvel Universe type deal. And on regards of Miles Morales, he is an intersection between the Spider-Man and Wolverine effect that I call. Because I'm not a fan of Logan Wolverine because he's everywhere. The only Wolverine that I follow is Laura Kinney. So Miles benefits from being splashed everywhere, even though people complain, but they still buy everything that he is on.
Rico brings up a point. He says Marvel has to milk Miles in comics because it's the primary way to monetize the character, especially since they don't own the movie, TV, game rights. Yeah, that's probably that probably is the reason why they're doing what they do. And I don't have a problem with Miles being all over the place because there has not been a character who's had that that run, so to speak, other than Miles. You know, people still bugging on how Ultimate Fallout is worth more than some Silver Age books. Like, well, I mean, Miles is
like that.
is a character that a lot of people identify with. You know, he's likable. He's a black teenager growing up in New York. I mean, what's not to like about that? You know, he's Spanish. He's black. He's a biracial kid. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Living in the biggest city or in a city that doesn't sleep. You know what I mean? Who can hate on that? You know,
In the greatest of the 5 boroughs.
Yeah. Brooklyn in the building. Let's move on.
Hey, Rich, I added this one in too, just because I like this cover a lot.
Okay, it's very okay.
That's for you, Rich. Got the yellow background.
I see. That's kind of that does pop for real.
It's like it's double negative variant.
Yeah.
Double negative is what they call this one. But Ivan Tao, Bird City Comics. You can still get this, by the way, on Bird City Comics website if you're interested, if you like it. We'll move on then. Actually, is it time? It is that time. Tamiko, you have a giveaway?
I sure do.
All right. Let's put you front and center.
All right. Black Panther 8, the B cover, because I'm a B gal. B covers are always the thing for me. And this is the Yannick Paquette cover. I actually want to call Marvel and ask them to put out a print or a poster with this image because this image is fire. I don't usually do cover buys. So this one is pretty much the only number 8 that I have in my collection. And of course, I got several.
Let's keep it real. This entire volume of Black Panther is cover buys, except for issue 3.
Pretty much. This one is the Yannick Paquette. This is Black Panther 8, cover B.
All right.
Whatever gets you to the shop, Paul, that's what Marvel cares about.
That's a beautiful cover.
It is.
All right. Let's see. Ready?
Ready.
Who will it be this time?
Cody S.
Cody S. All right.
All right, Cody.
Congrats, Cody.
Congratulations, Cody.
Yeah. Cody in there talking that stuff in the chat. I ain't mad at it. That's what's up.
Cody,
So,
hit us up at blackcomiclords@gmail.com to claim your prize. Make sure you mention Black Panther number 8.
Absolutely. Where are we at? Man, we're going to have to speed this thing up. Okay, Straight Academy 18. This basically it wrapped up in July.
This basically was just the end of the first volume for Strange Academy. I did not want it to end, but they basically said that, oh, we're going to just end it and we're going to pick it back up. And books will do that from time to time. And we still have the same writing team and same creative team, I should say, on the book. So I just wanted to note that as well, because this is one of Marvel's better titles. And hopefully they'll make this thing into a show of some sort, because it's just that good. It needs to be a show on Disney Plus. They got the formula to do it for young kids, preteens and teenagers, and even adults. You know what I'm saying? It just has that kind of vibe. But because it's a horror comic, or it deals with the quote unquote occult, it may have some issues, going that direction. But it's all right there for them to do something if they would like. So
this comic book series is already pre-written to be a television series on Disney Plus. They just need to go ahead and put it into production. The whole script is there.
No doubt. Let's move. Also in the month of January, we got the first issue of Mandalorian, written by Rodney Barnes. The thing about the Mandalorian book is that it is just an adaptation to the first season. I guess it's the first season that they're doing. I think it's going up to like issue number 8. But it's basically a comic book adaptation of the story.
Every issue is an episode of the series.
Yes. So, but Rodney Barnes is doing that, and who doesn't like a little Grogu in your life? Let's move. Avengers 1 million BC. This is the book that Paul was talking about earlier, which features Mosey, the original, quote unquote, the first Black Panther. Okay, that's what they're calling him. I think Bashinga is gonna, even though they put this book out and they call themselves retconning it or whatever, I think by and large people are still gonna say Bashinga is the number one.
Well, Bashinga is the first king of Wakanda. Is that's the distinction?
Yeah.
For those that are confused by it.
Yeah.
Mosey is the first Black Panther. Bashinga is the first king of Wakanda.
Yeah. And the thing is too, Mosey is in this book for only a minute.
Stop.
Wow.
And there was a whole other controversy in this book, which turned out to be nothing. I just chuckled, at the whole issue there.
But I just thought the trope with, the black guy show up and it's over early. It gets killed first.
Wow.
Hey, look, I don't want nobody to buy this book and be like, man, y'all ain't tell me that this is gonna happen. Like, well. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a book called Avengers Alpha. I'm missing the complete title, but there's a book, and actually Mosey is in that book as well. And so he's going to be around for a minute, I guess. They're trying to do something. We'll see. But it's just that. We'll see.
Well, now that you let the cat out the bag with the fact that Mosey dies, I'll point out that in that story, they show his successor, who is Nahandra, who is actually the second Black Panther. So the second Black Panther is actually a woman, and her name is Nahandra. Yeah. And they go into her story and origin and background in Wakanda issue number 3. I think it is.
This came out.
Which came out last week.
This came out. Yeah, you should get that book. That book there is pretty good. Can't be mad. The Killmonger book was pretty dope. So we got Thunderbolts. We want to bring this up because Monica Rambeau, Auntie Monica, is on the cover.
AKA Auntie Monica and her little friends.
and she's leading the team, and she's doing her thing. So
Let me
In
rephrase.
the last series before her name changed to Photon.
yes,
Let me rephrase. Auntie Monica and her little friends, and Clint Barton, who's an idiot.
you would not disparage the white savior of Marvel MCU.
Ugh.
I can't stand
We
Hawkeye.
didn't even talk about Hawkeye. We forgot all about Hawkeye. But that's just how bad it was.
Because he's forgettable.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
guy's a moron.
Yeah. Anyway,
And the
shout
thing
out
about it, this team is pretty diverse as well, because you've got America Chavez, you've got the new Power Man, you've got Spectrum, Monica Rambeau, and you've got Purple Girl, and then you have a Russian gentleman and a magical elf from, I want to say, New Asgard.
Mm.
So this is a pretty diverse group. But yeah, they pretty much written Hawkeye as being a buffoon, which is kind of strange considering
He is a
all
buffoon.
the stuff he's done and all the things that he actually represents in Avengers comics. But it's kind of weird.
All the things he
wasn't
represents,
so
he
bad.
represents bro culture.
I mean, he was.
He's a
I mean, I
bro.
liked him. And I know I might get some heat for this, but I liked him in
I'll take a lot
Occupied
of smoke on
Avengers.
this.
He was all right in Occupied Avengers.
Yeah, that was a totally different time. Mm-hmm.
Clint Barton is the personification of bro culture.
Mhm.
That you can be a frat bro and overcome all odds because you're a frat bro. You can interpret that.
No, man, the man can shoot a bow. Don't show him cheap like that. He's a marksman,
And he is an assassin. I mean, he hung out with Black Widow.
Yep.
Not many people can hang with her.
Yep. He was Ronin. He will give you that work.
So that's why it's just so disconcerting when we read about him in this series. But I'm going to believe that they're going somewhere. I'm going to give them grace.
Shout out to you, Azure Beast.
Fine.
Let's move on.
He's a moron with skills.
Philadelphia, number 24. So this has the distinction of being the first cover appearance of Toussaint L'Ouverture, who is a vampire killer in Philadelphia.
And the son of T'Challa.
Yeah. And and for those of you who are not reading Philadelphia, one of the common themes in Philadelphia is Rodney Barnes likes to take historical characters or figures and put them in stories. He did this with
John
Adams, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, a few others. And, they kind of they're just in this story. And Toussaint is basically the Blade of the Philadelphia universe.
Okay.
Except he don't play with him. Man.
He's not part vampire himself?
No, I don't. Well, is he? No. He's not a vampire.
He's something else.
He's something else. He's not Blade. He ain't got no thirst. The only blood thirst he got a bloodlust, but it's for hacking up vampires and some werewolves. So all of them catching that fate in Philadelphia. So go get that Philadelphia, man, for real.
Mm-hmm.
So so that's what's up with that. So moving right along, All Out Avengers #1. Speaking of Blade, he's in this book
along with T'Challa.
And Sam Wilson. Melanated All Out Avengers. They doing their thing. So great stories, fun stories. It's basically an action book. If you want action, some people want to pick up a comic book. They don't want to read a whole bunch of dialogue. They just want to see some fists swinging. They just want to see some lasers popping, some swords swinging. That's what you get in this book. All Out Avengers is an action book.
This particular issue, Rich pointed out, is the first time I think you have 3 Black Avengers on the same team in the same book,
Yep,
Mhm.
like
absolutely.
on the same team.
In issue 2, that's 3 black superheroes on a cover, and we know what that the Dwayne McDuffie rule of 3 is. If it's 3 black faces on a book, it's a black book.
Like, look. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
September.
This
Let's
might be a
roll.
good time to do another giveaway.
All I have left is my giveaway
I have-
for the week.
I have 2 more, not counting the grand
Okay,
prize.
okay. Well, knock it out, Derek. What
All
you
right.
got, my brother?
Okay, so I'm gonna combine 2 on this one. Okay.
Okay.
Because it kind of goes along with what we were just talking about, these 2 topics. So rule of 3 was broken with this book right here.
Black Panther 24.
Yeah, Paul, want to talk about this one for a minute?
This is
This
my
one
book.
here.
This is
I
my
know
book.
it's your book.
I will claim this as my book. This is a history-making book that I think is completely undervalued for its historical significance. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Black characters on the cover of a Marvel book. That has never happened before in history, ever. On the interior of the book, you have approximately 23, 24 Black superheroes in this book. This is the blackest Avenger book of all time because T'Challa basically recruits all of the main Black superheroes in the Marvel Universe to defend Wakanda. He does a big speech at the beginning where he literally says, Wakanda is its people's, as he's talking to all the Black Avengers and basically recruits them and says, guess what? As king, I'm granting you all immediate Wakandan citizenship. Please defend my country. I love this book. I love this book. It is historically significant, and it is a dream of a 12-year-old me who wanted to see all the Black superheroes in an all-out battle against evil, fighting with each other. There's not a single white person in this book. I love this book.
All right.
Funny thing is, he was sitting spies all around the country while he was doing that. Tragic.
That's not tragic. That's called good leadership.
And then the second part of this giveaway is Ghost Rider Annual #1.
All
Night
right.
Terror.
This is the first appearance of Night Terror,
Night Terror.
aka Carl Blake. So I'm going to combine these 2 in this giveaway.
Okay. That's what's up. Let's get it. Let's get it.
All right.
Fiction.
Fiction Ink Flow.
He's been
So I
trying
know-
to win for a second.
I know Fiction Ink Flow said had to take off, and I said, be sure you check back in. So Fiction Ink Flow, hopefully you're catching back up with this video to see if you won, because you did win.
All right.
Yep. Congratulations. Please send us an email. September, we still moving into Midnight Suns. We know that's Blade on the cover, and again, that might be Blade and his little friends. Blade is a dope character. Midnight Suns is 3 issues in, but it began in September, so please go check that out. Midnight Suns. It's been a minute since we had a Midnight Suns book, so it's back. So go check it out. It's, of course, you got
And
Wolverine.
the C and D covers
Yes.
are for the Midnight Suns video game. So I already ordered them, and I should have them by the new year. So
The Blade one is very, very amazing. I love it.
To go back to Rich's mentioning of the Dwayne McDuffie's rule of 3, on the cover there you see Zoe Laveau. You also see Blade. What you also don't realize is on the interior there's a brief cameo of Dr. Voodoo as well. So there's technically 3 Black characters in this book, which makes it what, Rich?
A black book.
A black
Black
book.
book.
Black,
Yeah,
black.
you know, there's
They're
another
at
there's
Strange Academy.
there's another book that we didn't put on our list that needs to be called out, which is that Judgment Day book that came out for Free Comic Book Day. First appearance, Bloodline.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
All right.
So here we are, Black Falcon.
Oh
AKA
God, I
Captain
hate
America.
this book. I hate this book.
Similar to first time we seen T'Challa in a while with a little fight in him. He caught Sam Wilson the right day. As I will just say it like that. He caught him the right day. But this is the book I think that is amazing. And number one, these are two historical characters.
Did you use the word amazing?
Yeah, I said amazing.
Wow.
The reason why I say it's amazing is because these are two historical characters. And what I mean by that is that, Sam goes to, when he's Falcon, his true identity, I'll say it like that, goes to T'Challa when he's in his right mind and he's ruling Wakanda well, and asks him for a little help. And of course, we know that T'Challa gave him his wings. But now, as you can see, Sam is in Wakanda illegally. And T'Challa is playing Border Patrol.
Story makes no sense.
He's following the villain, and the villain has found his way into Wakanda. And so he's there, and he asks permission. Shuri says, nope, can't do it. He does it anyway. He goes anyway. And then he runs into T'Challa. And, basically, hilarity ensues in that, he throws hands. And, when it's all said and done, they probably went and had a beer.
We're gonna sweep the stupidity of the story under the rug, just like that, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because we ain't got all night to talk about it, Paul.
Look, I'll summarize this easily. You see the cover that you see there? That cover makes sense for the plot of this story, because Sam is in his full suit provided by Wakanda, and T'Challa's in his full suit provided by Wakanda. They battle, and you would say, hey, that would be a good fight. But that's not what you get on the interior of this book. What you get in the interior of this book is T'Challa with his heart-shaped herb enhanced body and super senses and agility and strength and healing factor, going up against Sam Wilson, who has no superpowers, no super serum, no suit, no wings. He's wearing a t-shirt and jeans and sneakers. And he's able to fight T'Challa in a standstill. It makes no sense. Sam Wilson punches T'Challa in the abdomen, and T'Challa bends over in pain. He's got a suit of vibranium that absorbs impact. He can literally get shot with bullets, and he shakes it off like this. But Sam Wilson punches him with an uppercut, and he falls over like.
Mari says
I'm so tired of bad writing. I'm so tired of the excuses for bad writing. It just doesn't make any sense. Why are we excusing bad writing all the time?
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Black people, can we please hold ourselves to a higher standard?
That's funny. That's funny. Okay, let's go. Let's move on.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a FUBU jersey, not a t-shirt. He had a FUBU jersey from 1995 on.
Yeah. For those of you hardcore Black Panther fans, this omnibus came out in October. Wakanda World of Black Panther omnibus. There's a lot of material in this omnibus. This omnibus is going for like $88. Now, I'll be honest with you. That's cheap for an omnibus. Most omnibuses are $125. But you can get this one here for $88.
Yeah, this cover is dope. This cover is by Sanford Green. There's another cover that's done by, is it Phil Jimenez?
I think so.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's right.
That covers, look, I love that other cover. That other cover's got T'Challa and Storm sitting on a throne. Oh my God, it's a beautiful cover. Both you can't go wrong with either one of these covers.
So you might want to pick that up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We've never had a omnibus by Black Panther before, and this is the first one. So go get it, guys. In October, also, we got the first issue of Wakanda. We hadn't had a series on Wakanda in a minute. We did have The World of Wakanda, which was written by Roxanne Gay and Ta-Nehisi Coates. But this particular issue began that 5-issue mini that we'll be getting. We're up to 3 issues now. John Ridley is writing the next one, I want to say. And so I'm sure Paul's looking forward to that.
Anyway, the significance of this Wakanda series is not the cover, is not the story A. Like this story with Shuri, I don't remember it. It was stupid. It's not important. What's important is the lower, if you look in the lower left-hand corner, it says the history, the Black history of the history of the Black Panthers, whatever. It's the cover, it's the story B of these Wakanda series that's important because it is giving you background on the prior Black Panthers of significance, and it also there's annotations on like 2 or 3 pages on the back, which gives you chapter and verse where all the references are, and it'll tell you what comic issues you can find these references. This is like an encyclopedia of Wakanda's history. This is, if you're a Black Panther fan, you got to own this series. It's significant. I don't remember the covers A story. The story A's are the story B's are what's important about the series.
Well, that particular one was about Shuri, and hanging out with her mom. Her mom's trying to get her out of the lab, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Who cares? The big story is, and that issue is about Mosey, because you get to find out who Mosey is and his background and what have you. Just like this latest issue has to do with Nahendra, which is the second Black Panther and the first female Black Panther. That's the stuff I find interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so let's move on, guys. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's kind of like an anthology series.
Yes.
All right. So also in October, we got the Crypt of Shadows #1, and on the cover of that book is the daughter of Blade, Brielle Brooks. So
yes, that's her first cover appearance too, right?
Yes, first cover appearance. So Bloodline, the comic book will be out soon, but this is her first cover appearance in this book here, Crypt of Shadows. So
her mother is actually Blade's longtime girlfriend. I can't remember her name. Saphira, something like that. Rico's in the. I think Rico was in the chat. He could tell you. I think her name is Saphira, something like that.
All right, let's move. All right. Somebody brought this up earlier, and we have it here. In the month of November, Victor Laval picked up another issue, another run, I should say, featuring Sabretooth, but now this also has the Exiles in it.
Saffron, that's the name of Blade's girlfriend.
This book here kind of continues, I guess, the adventures of what they found in the pit. I'm guessing. I'm not reading it, so I can't tell you. But it's another Victor Laval story.
That's the third Black mutant that's on the team. So this is a Black book. You have Oya, who has the power over heat and cold. You have Necra, and you have Third Rail. It's 3 Black mutants in one book. This is a Black mutant book. Third Eye. I said Third Rail. Third Eye. That's 3 Black mutants in a book, which makes us the first Black mutant book.
All right. Let's keep going. We're almost to the finish line, y'all.
Blade
Vampire Nation.
Rico did not like this book.
So
Rico is the biggest Blade fan of all time.
I was going to say, you talked to him because I tried to spam.
Rico did not like this book. Rico, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you told me that you did not like this book. I didn't think it was that bad. It's not an action-packed book. It's not. If you're looking for Wesley Snipes, this is not that Blade. This is, for those of you who don't know, not following Blade, the Vampire Nation is in Chernobyl. They have been seeded Chernobyl as their new home. So they've been put on a reservation. And Dracula is the head of the Vampire Nation. He has a constitutional monarchy, so to speak, a parliament of other advanced vampires that help him rule the Vampire Nation. And Blade is the head of security. He's the sheriff of the Vampire Nation. He's to keep all the vampires in check, make sure they follow their own rules, and don't go out hunting humans. So
Rico also said he enjoyed the book.
You enjoyed the book? I thought you said
that a one shot?
It's
a one shot, yeah.
Mm.
What I thought was cool is that
I was the one that told you
background on the Vampire Nation, which I thought was cool.
I was the one that told you I didn't like it.
Oh, you're the one who said I didn't like it. Okay. Sorry, Rico.
Columbo Blade. Yeah. So we got that one shot. A lot of cool covers to go with it, but yeah. Let's keep moving, guys.
All right.
So in the last month, this is Monica Rambeau Photon. Finally got a book with Monica Rambeau's name in it, and this is her alias Photon. Cool thing about this book is that it's an introspective book where she talks about her different names and who she is and learning to who she's becoming, so to speak. And it was a pretty cool number one. I'm definitely looking forward to issue number 2, see what they do with it. And yeah, so I'm here for Monica Rambeau and doing the thing.
Yeah, I mean, Azor Beast points out the one thing I did not like is that they broke up Monica and Blue Marvel, which is weird because both of them in their individual books, Thunderbolts and most recently Defenders Beyond, it's clearly established that not only are they still in a relationship, they're doing very well. I mean, they're fully in love with each other. Well, and so having them broken up this book, hopefully they'll fix it by the end of the series and have them back together.
But what does that tell you though?
We can't have Black Super Love?
No, that tells you that they don't talk to each other. That they don't know what who's writing this book is doing. They're not in the writer's room together. They're not, because think about it. Why would they say, okay, we broke up, but yet here you are wearing Adam Bashir's vest as you proclaim your love for him? Makes no sense.
Oh, she claimed him as his boo thing.
Yeah.
The fault of the editors is just I will never understand how, if you're going to share a character across several different books, that you all don't get together so that you can kind of keep things straight.
Absolutely.
I'm going to try and stay positive, which is not one of my strong suits, of course. I'm going to try and stay positive and believe that by the end of this mini series that they'll be retconned back together.
Yeah, please do. Okay. So let's keep going, guys. John Stewart, Emerald Knight.
Ooh, can't wait.
Very, very deep story. It's a very geeky story. I think everybody will enjoy it. He's the Emerald Knight, and his power set is remarkable. He basically has the power of a god, and he's wielding it in his first issue. So yeah, shout out to Jeffrey Thorne and the return of John Stewart. It's been a long waited term, and I'm looking forward to see what he does with John Stewart going forward.
Yep.
So I think that might be, is that it for our books, bro?
That is it for the books.
So what we want to do is Paul needs to give away some books.
Well, we have two other regular giveaways.
Okay.
And then we have Paul's. And then we have 2 grand prizes. So
there's two grand prizes?
There's 2 grand prizes.
Yeah, the last one was supposed to be a surprise, but thanks, Derek. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. There's one grand prize.
Well, since we're on Green, John Stewart, Emerald Knight, and the Green Lanterns, let me jump in with my last giveaway of the night. Okay, which is Green Lantern 5. This
Okay.
is the B cover. Julia Neca is the artist. And
Yeah.
like I said, I'm a B girl, so pretty much all of these I got in B's. So this will be nice. When I get my comic frame, this is going on my wall because I have several of these, of course. So this is Green Lantern number 5, the Blackest Green Lantern series. I truly enjoyed it, and also written by Jeffrey Thorne.
Yep.
So this is the Juliet NECA B variant, issue 5.
All right.
All right. See what we got.
That's a dope cover.
That's what's busting my budget. All of these different covers, even though
Frustrated fans.
man,
All
My
right.
man. So happy he was
even
able
though
to
I
get that.
have them.
He was complaining he wasn't getting them.
No longer frustrated.
There you
No longer frustrated.
go.
Congratulations.
Okay.
But like I was saying, that's what was breaking my budget for a little while, getting different covers, even though I already have the comic book. But they were just so pretty, I couldn't pass them up.
Congratulations to Frustrated Fan Show.
All right, Derek, why
Okay.
don't you take us to commercial, and we'll come back and we'll give away some more stuff.
Okay. You gonna do commercial or okay? We'll do commercial. A short one here. Let's see.
What's up, y'all? We are blues people. We can rap the blues, sing the blues, talk the blues, and of course in comic books, we can read the blues. One such tale can be found in Peter Parker's Spider-Man number 35. This tale is about a little boy living the blues. He finds himself excited about a birthday party and he runs home to tell Mama, but Mama's digging her own blues. He escapes to his sanctuary, his bedroom, and drifts into another world where Spider-Man is real and comes by and talks to him. This book is a reminder of how important a comic book or a collectible can be to anybody, but especially a child. This book pulls hard at the heartstrings, and no matter how many times I see this book in long boxes, I always make a point to buy it. Why? Because I know this kid. You have seen this kid. Shoot, you may have even been this kid. There are thousands of Spider-Man stories, but by far this is my favorite Spider-Man book. So I suggest that you pick it up. I promise you, you won't be able to put it down. If you like this video, share it and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And until next time, peace.
All right.
All right, so we have one more giveaway, and then our grand prizes, correct?
That is right, and we also have one other video feature too.
Yeah, okay. So let's give away what the giveaway is. What we doing with that
Okay.
one?
So I promised earlier that I would give away this one per store variant of Nita Hall's Nightmare Blog #1. So let's see. So this is the one per store. You can tell the difference on the one per store because it's got the black eye on the top right hand side, and you can see all of the trade because this is what the normal cover looks like. So the trade is obscured, and you've got a red eye in the bottom instead of a black eye in the top. And I also looked out and got Paul's gonna think I'm flexing, but I looked out and got this 9.9 of the one per store
This guy.
a few months ago. So yeah, I was on the lookout for those a little bit. So anyway,
that's the 1.9 I have ever seen.
Yeah, so I am really hoping, obviously, that there's a good show that comes out of this. So we will go on and auction this off. Sorry, just putting a sticker on here. We'll auction. We will give this one away now.
I have that particular cover on a poster in my comic book room.
Bryant
Right
Wilson
again.
Bryant Wilson wins again.
was. Oh, God, did he win 3 times? That's 2.
This is the third.
Jeez, this guy. How many subscriptions to the YouTube channel does he have?
Bryant Wilson again.
That's funny.
All right. And all right, Rich, I'll hand off back over to you.
All right, so we're at the end of the show, and so we all we're doing now is just giveaways, and so
We do have one other video feature though.
we do have one video feature. Let's just go ahead and run that,
Okay.
and we come back and we just go ahead and we just get rid of the rest of our stuff and go home.
All right. All right.
So, yes, rest in peace to all of those beautiful people who came and influenced our lives, and I wanted to just put that out there because we all enjoy this fandom, but life is life, and at some point it ends. And so for those esteemed people, it did. And Nichelle Nichols, in particular, the Queen, she's been a part of my life, all of my life, because Star Trek has been in my life, all of my life. And so just rest in peace to all of those, beautiful artists and actors. And shout out to Mr. Conroy, who was the voice of Batman. And been the voice for Batman, all of those animated books for years.
The 30 years.
Yes. And, people don't even really know his story, his backstory, who he really is. They would be surprised. There's a reason why he was able to play Batman the way he did. I'll say it like that. So rest in peace to all of those people. With that being said, we're going to get back to life and give away some more stuff. So the CEO has a special gift, presentation, whatever you want.
I'm gonna just let him talk about it. Let him give it away. So, Paul, please, Chief Executive Officer of Black Comic Lords Incorporated, take it away.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul. I'm the CEO of the Black Comic Lords.
Hi, Paul.
And no, I'm not an alcoholic. So here's the thing. I'm on vacation right now. I'm in a hotel room, as you can possibly gather. So I don't have my books with me. But I'm gonna put together a box, a surprise box of a mixture of dope covers, um, interesting books, and black comic keys. It will be at least 5 books, maybe possibly 10 books, and I'll put them all together in a care package for the winner of the grand prize. Now, that being said, I wanted to say a couple things. This is our end of the year show, and it's a wrap up of a year of hard work by these individuals you see on the screen, and Herschel Lewis, um, um, who is kind of the founder of these spaces, right? So I want to give a special thank you and a shout out to the Black Comic Lords, the overlords of the Black Comic Lords, who put in tireless effort every single day to give you guys this dope content, to keep you entertained, to keep you informed. It's a lot of work, you guys. I don't think any of you really understand the amount of work it takes to do this stuff that we do, that you just scroll on your phone and see every day. But it's a lot of work, and they all do it, and I do it. We're not getting paid to do it. In fact, this probably costs us money to do this stuff. But we do it because we're passionate about it. We love it. We love the genre. We love educating folks, particularly our folk, about these characters and about these creators. And we just want that to grow. We're just truly passionate fans. And the fact that these individuals put in their time and efforts and talents to do this on a daily basis, as a CEO, it makes me want to work harder to make sure I do my best to make their time not wasted, and to maximize their efforts, so that it provides the greatest effect. And I just wanted to give a big shout out to these individuals, because they're truly phenomenal people, each and every one of them, each and every one of them, and they don't get their flowers. I'd like you all in the chat to please give these individuals their flowers, because they truly, and it is an honor to work with them every day. So that being said, I hope I know that we've accomplished a lot this year, and I think we've got some even more dope stuff happening this coming year. This year has really been about building a lot of our foundation with our website and our social media, and upgrading our production value. We accomplished a lot in 12 months, stuff that I'm very proud of. And I think the foundation's been set for us to really do some incredible things this coming year. A lot of it you're going to see, hopefully, in short order over the next month. And we'll talk about that later. So thank you all, and like and subscribe to the channel and help us keep doing what we're doing. Derek, go ahead and do the drawing for the grand prize, the CEO's secret box, secret stash.
All right, here we go.
Let's hope it's not Bryant Wilson again.
For that reason, it probably will be him.
Oh,
Ooh.
Maury.
All right. That's what's up. Congratulations, Katiba Omari.
Yeah, please send us your info. That Congratulations. Congrats. So that's one giveaway. That was one grand prize. Now let us tell you about the second grand prize. What makes this grand prize here special is that Derek, myself, and Tamiko, and Herschel, and Paul are going to chip in on this grand prize. I'm going to show you what I'm going to give you. Paul doesn't have his book, so he can't tell you what he's going to sing, but you can just imagine he's going to sing you something dope. So my part of the grand prize will be this. I have a Shadow Man trade by Valiant. And I also have Advent Comics issues 1, 2, and 3 of Southside. You'll get all 3 of these books as well. That's my part of the grand prize that I'm giving away. Tamiko, what are you contributing to the grand prize?
All righty. Blood Syndicate, original series, #1, still in the poly bag. So all of the goodies are still inside.
Yep.
And Blood Syndicate, season 1, #1, A cover.
All right. That's what's up. What you got, Derek?
All right. I've got Static #1. It's actually my only copy of Static #1. Now, I'll just preface this, it's not in the best condition. When I got it out of the poly bag, there's a little ding on the side here, but it is a Static #1, and it's a nice book.
Yeah. And I can tell you that Herschel's going to send out a book or 2, and Paul will send out a book or 2 as well as a part of this giveaway. And this is, our grand prize, our other grand prize for that. So, Derek, would you be kind, sir, to get this ball rolling for this grand prize?
I can go ahead and commit to throwing in I think a hardware. I think I've got an extra hardware.
Hardware #1?
Yeah, just to keep with the milestone
Extra
theme you
hardware
guys going on.
Sounds good.
I
All
think
right,
I have
everybody
an
ready?
extra copy. If I do, I'll throw it in there.
I almost accidentally hit the in broadcast button. That would have been bad.
Right.
All right, here we go. Giveaway tool.
All right.
Louisiana Kid.
He wins the grand prize. All right. That's what's up. Louisiana Kid, congratulations on the grand prize. All of those beautiful books and a trade to go to Bit. And we don't know what Herschel's going to sing, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be something dope as well. And Paul's going to chip in a book or 2. He's got a vast collection, so ain't no telling. But either way. Now, you would think that would be it. But no. We got one last grand prize, a bonus. In our space, we have a big bro, Dr. John Jennings. Dr. John Jennings, who does a lot of comic book work, books like Blue Mojo, Kindred, the Black Kirby stuff that he does. But I asked him, would he autograph and send a book? So you're going to get a autographed book from Dr. John Jennings. And
Eisner Award winner. Eisner Award winner.
Dr. John Jennings. And he's going to send out that book. What the book is, we don't know. I asked him. He said he would. And I just told him to just pick whatever he wanted.
Actually, he's told us what book it is.
He did? Okay. Yeah. Well, what book is that, Paul?
It is After the Rain.
After the Rain.
He's going to sign a copy of After the Rain and send that in.
Okay. So there it is. After the Rain, autographed by John Jennings. He's going to send that out, and we'll get that to you as early as possible. So we don't know who's going to win this last one, but I just want to say in advance, thank you guys for hanging out with us for literally 4.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So Derek, these people that waited long enough.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Here we go, y'all. Last one of the night. Cornelius.
Yeah.
Bravo, 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 bravo.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on that book. Dr. John Jennings, an autographed copy of that book. That is dope, for real. So, congratulations. Please send us your information. Guys, it has been a long evening. We want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out with us. We recognize that you could have done anything else. You could have went out, you could have watched TV, whatever, but you chose to hang out with us, the Black Comic Lords. We just want to say thank you. And, I have no other words other than that. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you for being all that we want you to be in terms of fans. Our mission simply is to inform and enlighten, encourage, to read and celebrate who we are. That's it. We don't have no other mission, no other motives. Lord knows if I can make $1 million at this, then hey, that would be great too. But I do this for free because we having fun doing this. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. 2022 has been an amazing year. We've had some strides for sure. And we're looking for bigger and better things. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to shut up. So if you guys want to, speak your piece before the end of the year is out, go ahead.
Tamika?
Well, I always want to say thank you to my fellow Black Comic Lords for welcoming me into this space and for welcoming me onto the team.
Yes.
Because, I'm always down for our women comic collectors. I always wanted to have a safe space for us to be here, and not have any of that testosterone poisoning that's in mostly other groups. So I am glad to be a Black Comic Lord, and I'm glad to help them make a safe space for all of us comic collectors, men and women.
That's what's up.
Yep, and likewise, I'd like to just thank you also for including me as a Black Comic Lord. I've enjoyed my work and the ability just to help produce, amplify your voices. So thank you for the opportunity, and for those in the chat, I really enjoy just following the chat here. So thank you for the great participation in the show. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll get some more shows out to you next year.
Absolutely. So with that being said,
one last thing.
Yes, go ahead.
What I'd like to ask and encourage any of you who are watching, if you're interested, a lot of you, I'm following the chat here, and people are thanking us and saying how much they appreciate the space, and we appreciate the fact that you appreciate the space. We're going to be doing some recruiting in 2023. If you're interested in helping us do what we do, if you're interested in being on air and sharing your thoughts on these comics, if you want to do what we do and join the team, we want you, and we're recruiting. So if you're interested, just email us, let us know, send us your resume. I'm joking about the resume part, but show us your interest. You can email us at blackcomiclords@gmail.com and join the team. Help us do what we do, and hope we will see this space with a whole bunch more space, a bunch more faces on it at the end of 2023.
All right. With that being said, it's your boy Rich. We got the Chief Don Dada Paul. We got the Wizard Derek, and the lovely moderator Tamiko. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it. Until next time, we say peace. See you in 2023.
Curious Flex out.
Know that.